from the Prophet of Allah, the Sunnah of the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, and we would like to give him our undivided attention, inshallah. فليتفضل معذور مشكور.
إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وخلق منها زوجها وبث منهما رجالا كثيرا ونساء واتقوا الله الذي تساءلون به والأرحام إن الله كان عليكم رقيبا يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله وقولوا قولا سديدا يصلح لكم أعمالكم ويغفر لكم ذنوبكم ومن يطع الله ورسوله فقد فاز فوزا عظيما ما بعد. Inshallah, نبدأ. We begin with the hadith of Jibreel, famous hadith مشهور, that Jibreel alayhi salam came to the Prophet of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, asking him a number of as'ila, of questions. Of those questions was about Islam. And he asked him about Al-Iman. And he asked him about Al-Ihsaan. And he asked about the Sa'ah, about the hour. And then he asked him about the alamat, or the signs of the hour. Of the replies of the Prophet of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam was Untitled Al-Amatu Rabbataha, that the slave woman, she will give birth to her master. That the slave woman, she will give birth to her master. Now when we hear this speech, to us, it would not make sense to the aql, to the mind. How can the slave woman give birth to her master? Because what comes from a slave is a slave, right? So this does not make sense to us. But the ulama of a hadith, in the tafasir or the shuruhat explanation of the speech of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, of the explanations, and there are many, is that fi akhir zaman, in the end of time, there will be widespread disobedience, disrespect, and undutifulness to the parents. To the point that tanqalib al-umur, that the affairs will be turned upside down. That the child who's supposed to be the one who is obedient and listening and taking commandments and following and not being followed, they would now turn to become like the master, giving the commandments, being treated and being followed behind, right, and trying to be pleased. And they will be commanding and they will be prohibiting as if their parent is their slave and they are the master of that. And this is something that we see to the waqi' in the reality of our lives in 2022. Either we on the end of being parents and being treated in this way that is unbefitting, or we are the children ourselves, young or old, and we are not giving our parents their great right in the religion. Now, yes, and one thing we want to make clear in the beginning is that this disobedience or disrespect or undutifulness to our parents is of the major sins of original Islam. Is of what? The major sins in Islam. From qatl, from killing. Shirk billah, the greatest and the most worst of jara'im, of crimes that anyone can do to associate partners with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Shurb al-khamr, drinking alcohol, yani zina, yani fornication, akal riba, eating interest, so on and so forth. Of the greatest of sins, rather Allah Azza wa Jalla in His kitab and in the sunnah of the Masjid of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, they have put uquq al-walidain, disrespect, disobedience, undutifulness, not being there for our parents, from the major sins, rather right after shirk billah. And I don't think many of us have understood this. When we speak in our parents' face, when we disrespect our mother, disrespect our father, when we get up and our father's old now, and we're ready to leave, and and he got to follow behind us now, because we think we're somebody because we're making some money. When we prefer our wife who can be with us now, and maybe tomorrow we don't know what's going to be expected. We prefer her over him. We prefer her over our father, our children, our business. When we are not being dutiful to them, when we are in quarrels with them, when we are trying to prove that we know more than them, and we are trying to outdo them, so on and so forth, or we are not giving them time, or we are leaving them in whatever they may be. People throwing their mother and fathers in nursing homes today. Yani leaving them to kuffar, people who will not have no mercy for them, so on and so forth. The list goes on. People, yani fathers or mothers have restraining orders for their children. Yani afraid of their own children. Yani business transactions that happen between the mother and the father, the parent and the child, now the father and the son is in court. Yani these are the things we see today in our work. And the least of it is when we get older, not giving them any time, or when we're younger, yani speaking back to them, talking back to them, yani acting like we know better than them, so on. So this is all major sins, and this will land us the anger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and this will land us in the hellfire. Now, may Allah protect us from the hellfire. Yani the older generations of the brothers and the sisters, this was not an issue. Alhamdulillah. Because the whole society was smacked you in the back of your head. The whole society. Your mother, your father, the neighbor, the so on and so forth, the bus driver, everybody, the teacher. But now, no one can tell anybody nothing from the youth. Nobody can tell us nothing. This is the reality, right? And I want us to know today how severe this is. And on the opposite, I want us to know, yani, doing the right thing, how lofty it is. Yani, being good to our parents and being there and helping them and aiding them and being respectful, how lofty it is in the religion. Now, first, we will begin with uquq al-walidain, disrespect and disobedience to the parent. And I don't want nobody to think this don't pertain to me. Because if you're doing good, you can do better. And if you're doing bad, you need to do better. Now, Allah Azza wa Jalla says in Surah Al-An'am, قُلْ تَعَالَوْا أَتْلُوا مَا حَرَّمَ رَبُّكُمْ عَلَيْكُمْ أَلَّا تُشْرِكُوا بِهِ شَيْئًا وَبِالْوَالِدَيْنِ إِحْسَانًا. Allah says, Ya Muhammad, tell the people, ta'alaw, come here. So you can tell them what your Lord has made haram upon them. What your Lord has made a crime upon them. What your Lord has made impermissible upon them. In this ayah and the following ayah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions the kaba'ir, the major sins. And the first of them is that you associate partners with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. As we know, that associating partners with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the worst sin, and the one who dies upon shirk, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not forgive that. So he begins with saying, come here so you can, or I can, tell you what your Lord has made haram upon you, that you associate partners with your Lord, and that you disrespect and be disobedient and undutiful to your parents. Rather, we should be being excellent to them. So the ayah doesn't even say that you disobey them and you be disrespectful. It says, وَبِالْوَالِدَيْنِ إِحْسَانًا. That you must be excellent to them. And the opposite of doing that is being disrespectful and undutiful to them. Now, that's in the Quran. And in the Sunnah of the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, authentic hadith, the Prophet of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he said, أَلَا أُنَبِّئُكُمْ بِأَكْبَرْ الْكَبَائِرِ. Shall I not inform you of the greatest of sins? He's with his companions. أَلَا أُنَبِّئُكُمْ. Shall I not? Allah, he's pointing to something of importance. أَلَا أُنَبِّئُكُمْ. Shall I not inform you of the greatest of sins, of crimes? قَالُوا بَلَا يَا رَسُولَ اللَّهِ. Of course, inform us. These are companions. They have hifz. They are harisin. They are diligent to learn their religion. They are diligent to protect themselves from the anger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They are diligent to earn the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this wahi, this revelation the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam is getting is his miras, is his inheritance. It's the inheritance of the Prophet of Allah. So they want a piece of that inheritance of the Prophet of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So he said, Bala, of course, O Messenger of Allah, what is it? What did the Prophet of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam say? Shirk al-khamr, drinking alcohol, qatl al-nafs, killing a soul, zina, fornication. He said sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, which points to the point of our talk, al-uquq al-walidain, where he said, al-ishraku billah wa uquq al-walidain. Associating partners with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and uquq al-walidain. Disrespect, undutifulness, disobedience to the parents. The Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam put it along with shirk. He put it along. He did not separate them. He said, Ishraku billah wa uquq al-walidain. And then he mentioned other affairs that are from the kaba'ir, from the major sins. Now, yes, and the person who develops this bad trait, or has this bad trait, talking back to your mother, speaking back to our fathers, feeling that we became something better than our father, we could never be better than your father. And man brought you to this world and he broke his back for you. And the proof of that is that you're here right now. Especially your mother. You think you'll be better, right? Trying to overwhelm them in speech. Right? You shouldn't hear your father talking to you, even if you have 110 dalil. Don't give him no dalil. Huh? You want to prove that you know better than I got dalil, I learned this. Don't never even think ever, even for a second, if you become a rocket science, Adam and ulama ad-din that you know more than your father. It's disrespect. Right? This man putting food in your mouth when you were a baby, protected your mother, so on and so. We want to act like we know more when we learn a little bit of something. We're going to know, actually, Abby, Allah said this. Actually, Abby, the Prophet said it. Or actually, it's really like, be quiet. Be quiet. And if you want to teach them, you teach them in the best manner. Now, respect. Overwhelming respect. Waqar. This man in front of you is a mountain. This woman in front of you is a mountain. This is the real reality what our religion teaches us. And the person who developed this bad trait or this bad characteristic of being disrespectful, not giving them their great rights, they will earn the punishment in this life. And you will see for those people who are falling into trouble, you are falling into mashakil, you are falling into problems, you have issues within yourself, issues within your deen. Every door you go to is closed. Your wealth is not doing good. Yourself, you're not doing good. Your deen is not doing good. Maybe the reason for that is your lack of obedience to your parents and your lack of being there for them, and you're being disrespectful and disobedience to them, and you have earned their anger, and that is possibly the reason why you find this failure within your life. Now, I'll give you the little bit of sunnah for what I'm saying. I'll give you proof from the sunnah of what I'm saying. The Prophet ﷺ said in a number of hadith, he said, إِثْمَانِ يُعَجِّلُهُمُ اللَّهُ فِي الدُّنْيَا قَبْلَ الْآخِرَةِ الْبَغْيُ وَالْعُقُوقِ. He said two sins that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He will hasten the punishment of these sins in that individual's life before getting punished for those sins in the hereafter. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, with these two sins, due to how horrible they are, Allah will hasten the punishment for this individual in this life before they get punished for it in the hereafter. And what are these two sins? Al-Baghi wal-Uquq, which is oppression, wrongdoing, taking the rights of people, وَعُقُوقِ الْوَالِدَيْنِ, and being disrespectful and disobedient and undutiful to our parents. So my brothers and sisters, we think about ourselves, we're running into dead ends. We have issues with our deen, issues with our wealth, issues with our health problems. We're not finding success. Our other sisters, they're finding success. Maybe from our lack of being there for them. Maybe it was we cut them off. Maybe we don't talk to them only on the Eid. Maybe we visit them only on the Eid. Maybe we don't even visit them. Maybe we don't help them. Whatever it may be. This special or failure finding in our life a direct result. It may be a direct result of our relationship or a bad relationship or with our mother and our father. So we have to correct that. Because if we did not know that the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah Azza wa Jal, Khaliq al-Aqwan, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the creator of everything, the creator of the universe, the anger or the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the one who has created us, is going to take us to account for what we have done in this life. His pleasure or his anger lies in the pleasure or the anger of your mother and father. Did we notice? Who informed us of this? The Prophet of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. الَّذِي لَا يَنْتِقُ عَنِ الْهَوَىٰ إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا وَحْيٌ يُوحَىٰ, the one who does not speak from his own desires, rather he speaks from revelation as revealed to him. Allah has revealed to him that his pleasure lies in the pleasure of your mother and your father, and his anger lies in the anger of your mother and your father. قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم رضا الرب في رضا الوالد وسخط الرب في سخط الوالد. He said sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, the pleasure of Allah, the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala lies in the pleasure of the parents, lies in the pleasure of the father, lies in the pleasure of the mother. So if you're doing the right thing, if you're there for them, we should be trying our best, wallahi, tallahi, billah, every single day. What can I do to make this man happy? What can I do to make this woman happy? What can I do every single day? Can I send them money? I can't be with them. Maybe I can send them some money. Maybe I can send them a gift. Maybe whatever you can do. Because if they please with you, inshallah, Allah is pleased with you. We all want the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we're missing out on this great door to earn Allah's pleasure. Whatever we can do on a daily basis to please them, to make them happy, to honor them. This is one of the greatest aspects of Al-Islam. Something that we forgot about almost in totality. And not only forgetting about doing the right thing, rather we're on the opposite end of the stick, doing the wrong thing, being disrespectful and disobedient. I'm not speaking on my high horse. All of us are muqassirin. All of us are falling short. of us, for the most part. Right? Especially the young generation. We don't know the reality of it. We don't know the reality of it. Prophet ﷺ, he said, وَالسَّخَطُ الرَّبِّ فِي سَخَطِ الْوَالِدِ. And the anger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala lies in the anger of the father. SubhanAllah. Lies in the anger of your mother. So if you have made your mother cry, you made your mother unhappy, she don't know where you are, she don't know what you're doing. Right? Some of you going out, hanging out all late, doing this and doing that, being with people they don't want you to be with, being in places they don't want you to be at, right? Earning their displeasure. Have we understood that we may be earning the displeasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Yeah, does this make us feel good? Does this make us feel happy that possibly Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Lord is going to take us to account Yawm al-Qiyamah when we stand before Him naked, barefoot, uncircumcised, afraid, shaking, seeing our deeds to the right of us and the left of us and in front of us being in hellfire. This one may be angry with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, with our mother and our father being angry with us. Now, it's a serious affair. And of the greatest uqubat, or the greatest of punishments for the person who has this trait, in Arabic he's called al-aq. He's called al-aq, disrespectful, disobedient one to his mother and his father. The Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said this individual does not enter paradise. That's the greatest of punishments. This person does not enter the paradise. And that's the ghaya of the ghayat, that is all of our goals. Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he said, ثلاثة لا يدخل الجنة ولا ينظر الله إليهم يوم القيامة. He said there will be three individuals that will not enter paradise, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, due to this horrible behavior that Allah displeases, will not even look at them to their judgment. Three individuals, they will not enter paradise, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will not even look at them to their judgment. Who are they? The first one he mentioned, al-aqli walidayhi. Al-aqli walidayhi, the disrespectful, disobedient one to his parents. وَالْمَرْأَةُ الْمُتَرَجِّلَةُ, and the woman who imitates men, what they use, and the man who has no concern or jealousy for his woman. The first of the three, the Prophet of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, is the disrespectful, disobedient one to his mother and his father. So we have to change, my brothers and sisters. We have to change, we have to do better. And if we're doing wrong, we must rectify the situation. We must go and beg for their forgiveness. We must beg for their forgiveness and say, my mother and my father, what can I do for you? How can I change? I've done wrong. I know better now. Let me rectify the affair between us. Let me rectify this relationship before Allah takes their soul. Before Allah takes their soul. How would you feel if you are doing wrong, you were not doing right to your mother and your father, Allah takes their soul? For the rest of your life, you're going to have regrets. For the rest of your life, you're going to have regret. Why was I crawling with my father for? Why? He's in the grave now. Why was I crawling from over some little dunya? Over some piece of money? Huh? Can't take none of this with us. I was crawling with the man who brought me in this world and protected me and taught me how to make salah and fed me and protected my mother and taught me how to speak and gave me this and gave me I'm crawling over with a few dollars. This is what we see today. I'm crawling over a few dollars, now he's in the grave. This is what we see today. And by the time when he goes, we're going to be regretful. My mother, she's in the grave. I can never kiss her. I can never be at her feet. Ask any man whose mother is gone. They wish they can go. Allah can bring her back and they can just wash her feet. I guarantee you. Ask anyone whose mother is gone. For the mother we have left, and we don't visit her, we don't see her, we're not there for her, so on and so forth. Why? Right? Before Allah takes their soul and we still here and we regret when we wish, Ya Allah, I wish I could do it again. I wish you could bring them back and I could just do better with them. We're here now, we can do better with them now. Now, Aywa. This father, this mother, Allah Azza wa Jal in the Kitab and His Quran, He says, وَوَصَّيْنَا الْإِنسَانَ بِوَالِدَيْهِ. We command mankind to be excellent to the parents, both of them, the mother and the father who has dedicated his life to you and fed you and broke his back and worked for you and just wants you to be the best man possible, wants you to be the best woman possible. No one in this whole dunya wants you to do good like your father wants you to do good. There's no one in this whole dunya that would like someone to be better than them than the father would like for his son to be better than them. Nobody. Right? The mother gave you her whole life, gave us her whole life. Lose her beauty. Stomach stretched out, stretch marks, feet getting swollen, face getting swollen. Yeah, no time to herself now. Not able to go see her friends, not able to go out and be about. When the baby's in her stomach and then the wilada and the delivery of the child, all those pains. None of us, the strongest of the men, could not do what the women do when they give childbirth. And then when they come into this world, we come into this world with our mother on her chest every second of the day. The men who have wives and have had children, they see that great action that their mother has done for them when they have children themselves, and they see the child on their mother's breast, on their wife's breast every second of the day, left and right. They can't do nothing for themselves, can't even comb their hair, brush their teeth in the morning, can't get no sleep in the night. And we sleep and we get our sleep and we gotta go to work in the morning, right? And you say to yourself, I couldn't do it. I know the brothers say the same thing. I couldn't do it. That mother, Allah commands us to be excellent to them. We command mankind to be excellent to the parents. Why? He then singles out the mother. He says, حَمَلَتْهُ أُمُّهُ وَهْنًا عَلَى وَهْنٍ وَفِصَالُهُ فِي عَامَيْنِ أَنِ اشْكُرْ لِي وَلِوَالِدَيْكَ إِلَى الْمَصِيرِ. His mother carried him difficulty upon difficulty. Difficulty upon difficulty from the beginning of the pregnancy to the end of the pregnancy. It only gets more difficult and more difficult and more hard and more hard. وَفِصَالُهُ فِي عَامَيْنِ. The delivery come out. That's something that we just mentioned. We can never do as the strongest of men. وَفِصَالُهُ فِي عَامَيْنِ. And then the breastfeeding is a period of 2 years. These three things, my brothers and sisters in religion, we can never repay our mother back. So even if your mother had you and did nothing for you after these things, still you can never repay her back. Right? These things we just mentioned that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has mentioned, no one in this world could have done this for you except your mother, and you can never repay her back for it. If she did nothing but these three things, you will be forever indebted to her. Let alone taking care of you and living her life for you and dedicating every single ounce of her soul for you after Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Let alone, right? Just these three things, the pregnancy, the delivering, and the breastfeeding, you can never repay her back. From the Sunnah, we have a great narration of a man from Yemen. He came to make the Hajj, or he came to make Tawaf, or the Umrah. And he came from Yemen, and he had his mother on his back. He had his mother on his back. And he's making Tawaf around the Kaaba, making Tawaf. And he thinks he's doing a great thing, and he is doing an excellent thing. Great action he's doing for his mother. And he's saying while his mother's on his back, إِنِّ لَهَا بَعِيرُهَا الْمُذَلَّلِ إِنِّ لَهَا بَعِيرُهَا الْمُذَلَّلِ. Surely I am a submissive, subdued camel. He's saying about himself. SubhanAllah. Look at this picture. This man going around the Kaaba, mother on his back. I am my mother's subdued camel. He don't care what nobody say or look at him. He doesn't care about anything. I'm doing this great action. I worship Allah. Got my mother on my back. I am my mother's subdued camel. I am my mother's submissive camel. Right? He sees Abdullah ibn Umar radiallahu anhuma from the Kibar al-Sahaba. And he says to him, Ya Abdullah radiallahu anhuma, هل تراني قد وفيتها? He said, do you think that I have repaid my mother? Do you think that I have repaid my mother? I got her on my back. We came from Yemen. I'm making tawaf with her on my back. You think I repaid her now? He said, La, no. وَلَا بِزَفْرَةٍ وَاحِدَةٍ مِنْ زَفَرَاتِ الْوِلَادَةِ. Not even for one stomach pain that she received from the stomach pains of childbirth. Not even for one of those. You have not repaid her back. So we can never repay this woman back. We can never repay our father back, my brothers and sisters in the religion. So it's upon us to be trying our best to make them happy and be there for them and help them and aid them. Our fathers, a good advice I tell my brothers, go to your father and ask him advice in your life. We got young brothers, they doing everything their father the last person to hear about it. They got to see on Facebook, oh my son, he's over there now, oh wow. This is the reality today. Oh my son's doing that now. Somebody else got to tell him what his son is doing. Someone else got to tell the father what his son is doing. He's the last one to hear about it. Involve your father in your life. Ask his opinion. This man that did what you were about to do 30 years ago. He already been there, done that. He's going to give you advice, even if his knowledge is on a high level, his understanding and his wisdom and experience on a high level. Go ask his advice. I guarantee I'll make him happy and pleased with you. I guarantee it. I can imagine my son right now becomes and say, Abi, I'm thinking about doing this, I'm doing that, and I said, mashallah. He values me. My son values me. He values my opinion. But for us doing that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6, and our father, nothing will be talking about, or nothing what I'm doing. He's the last person to hear about it. You think he's going to be happy with you? Right? He's an outsider in your life. He has no part of your life. Right? Now, this is advice to my brothers and sisters. You want to make your father happy? He doesn't need too much from you. Give him respect. Give him his position. Involve in your life. Ask the opinion. Be a man. Right? Now, as far as being good now. We're speaking, first part, we're speaking about uquq, disrespect or disobedience. Now we're going to go to bir. We don't speak about the sickness except the what? The solution. Right? We not just want to hit bash and put people down. Now we speak about the solution, which is bir, being good to them, aiding them, making them happy, involving them in your life, making them smile, spending money on them, aiding them in old age. Now, this, as we mentioned, the uquq, we said these are some points that we want to get from this lecture. Most important aspects. The uquq, disrespect, disobedience. This is right after shirk in Islam, from the worst of sins. Okay? And bir, goodness, and being there for them, being helpful. This is right after the tawheed of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in which we've been created for. وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونِ أَيْ لِيُوَحِّدُونِ. I have not created mankind or jinkan except to worship me, meaning to single me out and worship. Allah Azza wa Jalla, we read the book of Allah, we read the sunnah of the Masjid of Allah, we will see right after the worship of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the greatest right after Allah Azza wa Jalla is the right of your mother and your father. Allah says in Surah Al-Ihsaan, in the 36th verse, وَاعْبُدُوا اللَّهَ وَلَا تُشْرِكُوا بِهِ شَيْئًا وَبِالْوَالِدَيْنِ إِحْسَانًا. Worship Allah. Don't associate any partners with Him. وَبِالْوَالِدَيْنِ إِحْسَانًا, and be excellent to your mother and your father. That's in Surah Al-Ihsaan. In Surah Al-Ahqaf, Allah Azza wa Jalla says, وَوَصَّيْنَا الْإِنسَانَ بِوَالِدَيْهِ إِحْسَانًا. We command mankind to be excellent to his parents, both of them, mother and father. In Surah Al-Isra, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَقَضَى رَبُّكَ أَلَّا تَعْبُدُوا إِلَّا إِيَّاهُ وَبِالْوَالِدَيْنِ إِحْسَانًا. And your Lord proclaims and He commands that nothing is to be worshipped along with Him, and that your parents are to be dealt with excellence. This is the theme of the Quran and the Sunnah. This is the theme of the Quran and the Sunnah. After shirk, uquq. After shirk from sins, uquq. After tawheed wa ibadatillah, is bir al-walidain. This is what we found in the Quran and the Sunnah. Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, Abdillah Ismaaeel, radiallahu anhu, he comes to the Prophet of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, asking him of the greatest of deeds, the most beloved deeds to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the greatest ibadat. He says, أَيُّ الْعَمَلَ أَحَبُّ إِلَى اللَّهِ. Which deeds are most beloved to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? He said, الصَّلَاةُ عَلَى وَقْتِهَا. The Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam replied with saying, prayer on time. Then he said, ثُمَّ أَيْ. Then what, O Messenger of Allah? Then what, O Messenger of Allah? Did he say siyam? Did he say zakah? Did he say jihad fi sabilillah? What did he reply back? After salah, fi waqtiha, prayer on time, he said, birrul walidain. Being excellent, being good, being respectful, honoring our mother and our father. Right after the ibadah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, being good, being respectful, honoring, being there for our mother and our father. This is of the greatest aspects of Islam. A man, hadith of Abdullah ibn Amr ibn As, radiallahu anhu. He narrates both his hadith that I'm about to mention. A man came to the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he said, Ya Rasulullah, inni ubayi'uka al-hijra. O Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, I am pledging my allegiance to you and I am making hijrah. We know the virtue of hijrah. We know the virtue of migration. It expiates the sins that have came before it. Allah has commanded with it. The Prophet has commanded with it. He's coming to live in this dawla Islamiyya under the leadership of the Prophet of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. He said, I come and I pledge my allegiance to you, I'm making hijrah. وَتَرَكْتُ أَبُوَيَّ يَبْكِيَانِ. And I left my parents back home crying. I'm doing a great thing. I left my parents crying, I came to you. I don't care about nothing else. It's just coming to you and serving the ummah and being here in Al-Medina. The Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, what was his reply? And this also shows the true prophethood of the Masjid. This is the fa'idah from this hadith as well. Because anyone who's fake, anyone who's just trying to exploit the people, if somebody comes to them and says, I want to come here and I'm going to be a follower of you and I'm going to help you and aid you and so on and so forth, they say, come on, right? The Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he said, إِرْجِعْ إِلَيْهِمَا فَأَضْحِكُمَا كَمَا أَبْكَيْتُهُمَا. He told him, no, you're not going to come make hijrah. You left your parents crying, go back to them and make them laugh like you made them cry. Go back to them and make them laugh like you made them cry. You have no place here right now. Go back. So we said one of the fawaid or benefits of hadith, the truthfulness of the Prophet of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, right? And calling people to what was correct, and not just calling people to himself. Calling people to the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and not calling people just to himself. This is the fire that we get from this. Also, a man came to the Prophet of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam and said, Ya Rasulullah, inni uridu jihad ma'ak. I want to make jihad. I want to come and I want to fight in the army of the Muslimin. I want to put my life on the line. Fight for la ilaha illallah. Establish Islam. Defending the Muslims. A great lofty thing. And this is the general, right? You see the warlords of today, those who is using this war as a means of dunya, because there's a lot of dunya in war, right? If somebody comes to them and says, I want to be a soldier in your army, what are you going to say? Come on, you're going to come here, you'll fight, you can die for me, so and so. You'll be on the front lines, no problem. Just add it to my army. The Prophet ﷺ, as I said, without calling to himself, he said, Ahayyun walidak. He asked him, not asked him, do you know how to use a sword? Right? Do you know how to ride a horse? He asked them, are your parents alive? Look at the hikmah, and this shows the fiqh of the religion as well. He said, Ahayyun walidak, are your parents alive? He said, yes. He said, Irji' ilayhima fafihima fajahid. Return back to them, and that is what your jihad is. Serving them and aiding them and being the enemy. Allahu Akbar. Birr al-walidain. Good, excellent respect to the parents of the highest of ibadat. Of the highest of ibadat. And I want to mention to my brothers and sisters, because not all of us, it's not in our hands that sometimes our relationship is not the best with our mother and our father as children. And it was not in our hands and we didn't do it. But you got to remember, we got to get to a high level that we start dealing with people, not for the sake of the people, dealing with people for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is when we get to a high level. Because those who do you wrong, you're going to reciprocate that. By either doing them wrong or leaving them alone. And those who do good to you, you're going to reciprocate with that with doing good. But this religion does not teach us to reciprocate goodness. It's not about, rather it does teach us to reciprocate goodness, but that is not the thing that pushes us. Just reciprocation. Rather, it's the rizwan and the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that pushes us. Is this pleasing to Allah? Then I'm doing it. It's not for your sake. Like somebody gives someone, helps someone, or gives someone some type of sadaqah, and they see that that person didn't praise them or didn't do something for them when they wanted, now they're mad. Now they're angry at the person, right? And they will never do nothing for that person again. But the person who was dealing with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, after they helped the person and aided them, they forgot about it. They wasn't expecting nothing back from you. That's the person who's dealing with Allah Azza wa Jalla, right? So, as I mentioned, some of us, our relationship with our parents, there are a certain way and it was not in our control. Right? And it's hard for us to do and go forth and be there like how we want to be due to feelings. Right? Leave that, push that away, and go and do good towards them in the best of your ability for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because this is something that is pleasing to Allah Azza wa Jalla. And when you do it, you are getting rewarded from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is the goal. The goal is to earn the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and do as many good deeds as possible. Because Yawm al-Qiyamah, all of us are going to be by ourselves. All of us are going to be by ourselves. So if you racked up a lot of good deeds, and this is the best of lofty deeds, then alhamdulillah, inshallah, that day will be fine, will be good. Okay? And also for my brothers and sisters whose parents are not Muslim, you're not absent from this speech. Your parents are not Muslim, you still be good to them. Came in a hadith by Asma bint Abi Bakr radiallahu anha, the daughter of Abu Bakr Siddiq radiallahu anhu. She said to the Prophet of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, Anna ummaha, when her mother at this time was not Muslim, she said, my mother's coming to me to read al-birr minni. She wants me to, give her birr, be good to her, help her, and so on. So like I used to do before Islam. Hal asliluha, should I tie the ties of kinship with her and be there for her and help her and so on and so forth? Because she's a non-Muslim, I'm a Muslim. The Prophet said, Na'am. Yes. Yes. And Allah Azza wa Jalla clearly states this in Surah Al-Luqman, and He says, وَإِن جَاهَدَاكَ عَلَىٰ أَن تُشْرِكَ بِمَا لَيْسَ لَكَ بِهِ عِلْمٌ فَلَا تُطِعْهُمَا وَصَاحِبْهُمَا فِي الدُّنْيَا مَعْرُوفًا وَاتَّبِعْ سَبِيلَ مَنْ أَنَابَ إِلَيَّ ثُمَّ إِلَيَّ مَرْجِعُكُمْ فَأُنَبِّئُكُم بِمَا كُنتُمْ تَعْمَلُونَ. Allah Azza wa Jalla says, and if they both strive against you to make you associate partners with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, something that you have no knowledge of, فَلَا تُطِعْهُمَا, then don't obey them in that. فلا طاعة لمخلوق في معصية الخالق, because there's no creation, there's no obedience to the creation in the disobedience of the Creator. But he says after that, وَصَاحِبُهُمَا فِي الدُّنْيَا مَعْرُوفًا. Don't obey them in shirk, don't obey them in disobedience to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but treat them good and live with them good in this life. Yes, salam. This, Allah Azza wa Jalla is saying this about parents who are not Muslim, kuffar, striving against you to make you fall into shirk. Now I ask my brothers and sisters who are falling short. Now what about the parent who's a muwahid? A person who worships Allah alone, taught you tawheed, taught you the salah, taught you the Quran, brought you to the masjid, fed you from the halal. What about these people? What about these people? If Allah is saying for the kuffar who are fighting against you to make you fall into shirk, what is going to land you in the hellfire forever if you obey that? Don't obey them, but still live with them in goodness and be there for them. What about the parent who's a Muslim, who never called you that, rather they only called you to goodness and righteousness and things that are upright and for your well-being, and we still treat them in the worst of manners? Is this not going to earn the anger of Allah Azza wa Jalla, my brothers and sisters in religion? Na'am. So, this is in short, that uquq, disrespect, disobedience, is at the shirk, and it's unbefitting. It's unbefitting of any of us, young and old. Because it's not only young people, right? It's not only young people, even older people are falling short in this, right? As we mentioned many different examples, okay? And also, on the other hand, that the tawheed, after the tawheed of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the ibadah of Allah Azza wa Jalla, of the greatest, of lofty actions and commandments of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, is to be from the barra, to be from those who are honoring and aiding and helping and being there for our parents in the utmost. Wallahi, we should be, we don't even understand the reality of this in the religion. We really don't understand the reality of this. من أحق الناس بحسن صحابتي يا رسول الله? Who of the whole, all the people on the earth have the most right to get the best of me? Question asked of the Prophet. Which person on this earth has the most right to get my best companionship, my best smile, my best time, my best wealth, the best that I have to offer? Who on this earth, Ya Rasulullah? قال أمك, your mother. Your mother. Now ask ourselves, how we put our mother in that position. Is our mother getting the best of us, my brothers and sisters in the religion? Is our mother getting the best of us? Our best talk, our best smile, our best time, our best wealth. Is she getting the best of us? Asked again, Ya Rasulullah, summa maddanhu. Qala ummak, your mother again. She's in first place and she's in second place. Okay, Ya Rasulullah, my mother has a great right. Who else, Ya Rasulullah? After that, then who? Qala ummak, your mother 3 times. First place, second place, third place. We put her in last place. Last place. We made her like our slave. We talk down to our mother. We don't visit our mother. Right? She should be number 1 in our lives. We should not let a day go by unless we are calling her, unless we are there for her, we are helping her. If we can't be there, but we send her gifts, we send her money, we make her smile, we send her nice messages. There should be no one on this earth that's getting better than us, than our mother, my brothers and sisters indeed. And that's why I said we don't really know the reality of this what I'm speaking about right now. All of us, myself first. The real reality of what this religion is calling us to do in regards to our parents, we don't really know the reality of us. Now, and lastly, for our brothers and the sisters in the religion whose parents have passed, may Allah have mercy upon their soul. There are ways that we can still be good to them, and I close with this. We can still be good to our parents in their death or after their death. The first of them is for us to be righteous. It's for us to be righteous and not let a day go by, not let a ruku', let a sujood go by unless we are making dua for them. For Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to have mercy on their souls, to forgive them of their sins, and to raise their ranks in the akhirah. The Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he said, إِذَا مَاتَ الْإِنسَانِ انْقَطَعَ عَمَلُهُ إِلَّا مِنْ ثَلَاثٍ. If mankind dies, his deeds are cut off except from 3 things. Of these things he's mentioned is وَلَدٍ صَالِحٍ يَدْعُو لَهُ, a righteous child that will make dua for that dead parent. Making dua for our parents every single day. Istighfar, ask for forgiveness for them. Also, sadaqah on their behalf. Of the Sahaba that came to the Prophet of Allah after the death of his mother. His name is Casey right now. But he said, Ya Rasulullah, I was busy. And my mother died in the time of my business or my absence. He felt bad. He wanted to do something for his mother. He said, I have this hadithah, I have this garden. Shall I give it in her way? Will it be accepted on her behalf? The Prophet ﷺ said yes. He gave the garden on behalf of his mother. So we can give sadaqah for our deceased parents as well. So we should not be letting time go. If we really want to be good to our parents and we fell short while they were alive, we can still be good to them in hereafter while they are giving charity on their behalf. It will benefit them in hereafter. Also, from something that may be unknown to many of us, is being good to our parents' loved ones. Our deceased parents, their loved ones. Those who they loved, those who they spent time with, their companions, right? That one who your father would drink coffee with and drink tea with, right? The one your mother would always be on the phone with and having conversations with and so on and so forth. And her kids will come over the house. That woman or that man, right? Being good to those people after the death of our parents is of the greatest actions of goodness to our mother and our father. This is the speech of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. He said, "Inna min abarr al-birr." From the greatest of being good to our parents is silati wuddi abi, is tying the relationship of your father or your mother's loved ones after their death. This is of the greatest thing that we can do. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgive us of our shortcomings, inshallah, and make us better and rectify our relationships with our parents and make us the best of children, and be there for them in their lifetime, in their after, and make them be pleased with us. Allahumma ameen. Jazakumullah khair. Subhanaka wa bihamdika. Ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
خير بارك الله فيك. نسأل الله تبارك وتعالى to place this lecture, the skills of good deed on the Qiyam. Ameen. We're going to take maybe a 5-minute break. We're going to introduce our next speaker, inshallah ta'ala. After 5 minutes, if someone wants to go get some water, the water is downstairs. Use the bathroom, or take care of something that you need to take care of, inshallah. We got 5 to 10 minutes to do it, inshallah ta'ala. Then we're going to come back and we're going to resume the talks, inshallah ta'ala, with Imam Hamzah, inshallah ta'ala. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome. Of course, والنساء واتقوا الله الذي تساءلون به والأرحام إن الله كان عليكم رقيبا يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله وقولوا قولا سديدا يصلح لكم أعمالكم يغفر لكم ذنوبكم ومن يطع الله ورسوله فقد فاز فوزا عظيما أما بعد فإن أصدق الحديث كتاب الله وخير الهدي هدي محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وشر الأمور محدثاتها وكل محدثة بدعة وكل بدعة ضلالة وكل ضلالة في النار أما بعد. After praising Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and saying the peace and blessings upon our beloved messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, after thanking Allah azza wa jalla, I would like to thank the brothers and sisters and our beloved Imam Mahmoud for putting this program in, Abu Hafsa, for putting this program together so that we can benefit from the statements of the Masjid of the Sunnah in hopes to get closer to Allah azza wa jalla, and so that Allah azza wa jalla will be pleased with us, and hoping that He will enter us into Jannah and save us from Jahannam. Because this is the real reason why we're coming together. Now, Allah Azza wa Jalla said to us, يَرْفَعُ اللَّهُ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا مِنْكُمْ وَالَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْعِلْمَ دَرَجَاتٍ. Indeed, Allah Azza wa Jalla, He raises and levels and degrees those from among you who believe and those from among you who have knowledge. And we have to understand that believing requires action as we act upon that which we believe in. Now, and of course, knowledge dictates action, so we act upon that which we know. And in doing so, and we're talking about the ilm al-nafi'. Now, the Quran, Sunnah, Fahm al-Salih al-Salih. Right? This is what we're acting off of. And I thank Allah Azza wa Jalla for our beloved brother Ibraheem. May Allah bless him and aid him. I just have to say that I am so proud of the younger brothers after us. Wallahi, may Allah bless them and make them lights in our community and in this religion. I mean, with that being said, I was asked to talk about the importance of the righteous woman. You see, I had to put on my extra eyes. Alhamdulillah. Ibrahim, he was able to see it better than black or better without any assistance as it relates to seeing. Alhamdulillah. But I was asked to talk about the importance of the righteous woman. Now, this topic is really a topic for Ahlul Ilm, and not someone like me, a tweeted. Now, you have the Tulab al-Ilm. I'm like the tweeted, the little tab that comes, if that. Now, the grain of sand. So we're going to try and give a reminder. And we pray Allah Azza wa Jalla that it benefits. We have the hadith that is Muttafaqun alayhi from Bukhari and Muslim, which is ma'ruf among us, as well known. And Abdillah Ismaaeel radiallahu ta'ala Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam قال أَلَا كُلُّكُمْ رَاعٍ وَكُلُّكُمْ مَسْئُولٌ عَنْ رَعِيَّتِهِ. The Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he said, each and every one of us is a shepherd, and he will be asked about his flock. Now, so nobody gets away. And this hadith is well known, so I'm not going to go to the first person mentioned, the man, but rather because we're talking about the women, we're going to go to where he talks about the women. The Prophet ﷺ said, وَالْمَرْأَةُ رَاعِيَةٌ عَلَىٰ أَهْلِ بَيْتِ زَوْجِهَا وَوَالْوَالِدَيْنِ وَهِيَ مَسْئُولًا عَنْهُمْ. The Prophet ﷺ, he said, and the woman, she has the responsibility over the house of her husband and her children. And Allah is going to ask her about it. This has to become the reality for us. that we all have a job, that we're shepherds. We're shepherds. And every shepherd is responsible for his flock. I don't know how many of us are familiar with the shepherd. Well, like we grew up here in the bricks, cement, houses. Now we hardly see trees, let alone understanding what the job of the shepherd is. Now, sometimes we have to ask the older brothers who came from other countries. Now around the world, they have an idea what a shepherd does. And you'll find that most shepherds, they have this thing called a crook. Not a crook, like the crook, not the thief. It's a long staff that has a hook on it. No matter why is it there. To always pull the sheep in, man. You have to understand. They asked the Prophet, ﷺ, because he said all the prophets were shepherds. They said, even you? He said, nah, even me. Because there's something to learn there. Now, how to take care of people. How to take care of the Jama'ah. How to take care of a nation. But you're overseeing their affairs. So our beloved sisters have to understand that you have been given a job and you're overseeing the affairs of your husband and your children. Sheikh Abdul Razak al-Badr, he said, wallahi, the first person that the children should learn al-Fatiha from is the wife, is the mother. Is the mother. We shouldn't send the child to a school, the Muslim school, and that's where they learn al-Fatiha. No. You're laying down a legacy. Family, you understand me? This is what's going on. We're laying down a legacy, and we all have to think, what am I going to leave behind after this? Now, what am I going to leave behind after this? SubhanAllah. We sat with the Sheikh Sufyaan Zaahid, and he said to us one day, he said, all of you are writing a story right now. Right? Because Allah Azza wa Jal has what we're doing, what we say in a book. That book is being written right now. Your story is being written right now. How do you want it to end? And what is it that you want it to say? Yeah, I got quiet on purpose. We need to think. Our beloved sisters, you have been given a job. This job is serious. Shaykh Uthaymeen, rahimahullah ta'ala, he said, this statement includes everyone in the ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. He said, indeed, the guardians, he is the one who is in charge of another person's interests. Of another person's interests. Now, so we said to her that, because we're talking about the righteous woman now, she understands that she is in charge of her husband's interests. So what is it that you sat down and you talked about? What is it that you wanted to establish? Now, sometimes I sit with the new husband and wife from among the Muslims, and I say, so what's your plan? Well, Master's going to get me because I move around, I don't stick to it. I said, so what's your plan? I want to have a car, I would like a house, the white fence with grass, and I want this, and I want that. I said, nobody planned to go to Jannah? Every soul has to taste death. This can happen to you at any time. Allah Azza wa Jalla kept it a secret. You don't know when, where, and how you're going to die. You don't know. You don't know. And you mean to tell me you thought you was going to be married for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years? Allah Azza wa Jalla could allow you to get married now and take you tomorrow. That's it. What did you plan? What was your plan? A house? A car? Never seen a person go down into the hole and they take his car and place it in there with him. Never. Now, I don't think the Muslims went that far yet. The kuffar, now I'm telling you. You seen the kuffar get buried in a Rolls Royce? Nah. We haven't went that far because that's not our reality. Nah. So Shaykh Uthaymeen, rahimahullah ta'ala, he said this is the person who is in charge of those people who they are over. They're in charge of their interests, making sure everything is good for them. And he said, and she takes care of them and facilitates the affairs of her husband. This is what she does. The Shaykh, he goes on to say, this is interesting, that the righteous woman is the one who watches over her husband's deficiencies and protects him as the shepherd does in a big field with his sheep. The deficiencies of your husband. Wallahi, there's nobody who knows our deficiencies more than our wives. Nobody. Yeah? Because that person we don't hide anything from. This is why we should love them, protect them. Now, this is known. That's known. But this woman keeps your secrets hidden. And not only that, she does not only hide your secrets because she knows that if she covers you, Allah will cover her on the day of Yom Kippur. It's the righteous woman. She checks you. She calls you on your deficiencies. Oh boy, we hate that. We hate that. Yeah, Abdullah, you did like this. Yeah, Abdullah, you overslept. You wasn't asleep. I see you rolling back and forth. You didn't get up for salah. I see you. I see you open your eyes and look at me and roll. Yeah, Abdullah. Get off. Get up. Stank off. Yeah, Habibi. Get up, my beloved. We want the brothers to know that. You laying back for the salah. She keep it secret, but she check you. Huh? How the brothers need a little he's a little lazy when he's trying to go out and look for work. She check you. Ain't that right, Abdullah? Yeah, I'm trying. You ain't trying hard enough. No. Now, we don't like to be checked. Have you read the Quran today? You went to the Muhadara? You pray in Jama'ah? Yeah, you know it. Because we always got these, beautiful excuses. We know how to sweet talk our wives. And you see, really, the reason why I didn't go was because of, she go, oh. Nah, and the righteous woman says, no, I hate you, I love you too. Get out of the house and go pray in Jama'ah. Now, she understands the big picture. This is the righteous woman. Now, the Shaykh goes on to say, this is the one who they keep an eye out, the way the shepherd keeps an eye out over his flock. Even in a land that is barren. Now, this land has no grass, no trees. You can see for miles. So the shepherd is the one looking out for what? What's the shepherd looking out for? What is he protecting the sheep from? Who said it? Somebody said the wolf. From the wolf. Nah. So when the land is barren, there's no grass, no trees, it's easy to see. So you don't find the shepherd looking in one direction, holding his staff, rather he covers the whole area. This is how the wife is. This is the righteous woman. She's looking at the big picture. She's scouring the whole area to make sure her husband is safe, her children are safe. Now, I was going to say something, but I held myself back. He said that she would not abandon him in the least, but rather she is supportive, no matter what happens. No matter what happens. When Allah Azza wa Jalla mentions to us in the Quran, وَأَعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا, hold on to the rope of Allah, all of you together, and don't do what? Don't let anything separate you. Don't let anything separate you. Normally when we hear this ayah, we apply it to the Jama'ah, like us right here. I don't care if the brother step on my toe and step my brother, I'm not leaving the masjid. I don't care if you didn't give me the salam. No. This applies to your marriage also. That's the Jama'ah, man. That's the Jama'ah. Sometimes you don't always agree. You don't run and get divorced. You don't do that. You got to hold on to the idea, وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا. Don't let anything separate you. Don't let anything separate you. We whine, man. She, Then people come and they say to the Imam, the problem is she won't listen. What do you mean she won't listen? What is it she's not doing? What is it that you told her to do that she hasn't done? Well, you know what I'm saying. You haven't told me anything yet. I don't know what you're saying. Okay, come on, man, be a man. Look, our mother Aisha already a long time. And the Prophet ﷺ was in her house. And one of the other Sahaba was sent from one of his other wives with some food. To Aisha's house. He brought the food. And Aisha already a long time. And she came over and she slapped the plate out of her hand. Food and everything on the floor. The Prophet ﷺ didn't turn around and say, yo, you lost your mind? What's wrong with you, girl? He didn't say that. He turned to Ibn Abbas, he said, you see the anger of your mother? She's jealous. But jealousy is normal. You get mad about something that's normal. Nah. The Prophet ﷺ, he just went and took one of Aisha's dishes, gave it to the companion and said, take this back. You know, she broke it, so you traded it off. That's all you hear from the hadith. No punishment, no yelling, no nothing. What we see is patience and tolerance. That's what we see. Now, that's what we have to learn and understand. They're going to say things. They're going to do things. But you're the buffer. But somebody already given the talk on the men. The Shaykh goes on to say that we find Allah Azza wa Jalla says about the women, وَصَالِحَاتُ قَانِتَاتُ حَافِظٌ لِغَيْبِ بِمَا حَافِظُ اللَّهُ. That Allah Azza wa Jalla said, and so the righteous women, qanitat, they are devout to their husbands. But let's be clear. This qanitat is this devoutness is to Allah Azza wa Jalla first, then the husband. To Allah Azza wa Jalla first, then the husband. This is what makes her righteous. She fears Allah Azza wa Jalla. She don't fear her husband. She don't fear a human being. No. She fears Allah. She fears being punished by Allah Azza wa Jalla Jalaluhu. And so because she fears Allah and Allah told her to be obedient to her husband, now he gets his haq. He gets his right. And she makes him feel like a king in his house. As Allah Azza wa Jalla says, and she preserves and protects that which Allah has commanded her to protect and preserve. Now, Sheikh Uthaymeen, he said, he says, as for this part of the ayah, he said the verse is not that she only occupies herself with supplication. And this is why we love the Masjid. This is why we love the scholars. Because here the ayah says, and the righteous woman is devout. Then Sheikh Uthaymeen, he says, this verse doesn't only mean that she is occupied with supplication. So it shows us that the righteous woman is one of those women who is supplicating all the time. Now, the reason why you're able to go out to work and come back safely is because after she gave you the salam, she made dua for you. She made dua for you. Oh, Allah, protect him. You bring him back to us safely. Strengthen him. Increase him. When you left. Now, so she's not only occupied with making dua for you and your children, but she's devout in worshiping Allah as a Jalla. Have some water, please. Look at this money. Sheikh Uthaymeen says she guards herself and she guards her husband's secrets, as we mentioned. And she protects that which is his in his absence. And he said that which is behind the walls, meaning in their house, wallahi, it stays there. This is the righteous woman. No matter what happens in the house, no matter what he says or what he does, even if you become upset with him and you have to have some consultation with the Imam, you don't mention that stuff. You don't even hint toward it. You don't even say, well, you know, there's some things that he does, but I won't mention them because those things that he does are real evil. Don't even say that. You don't even say that. You don't say anything. If you don't have anything good to say, what if I say something sad? Then do what? Yeah, be quiet. Don't say nothing. Well, silence is better. I'm sorry. Silence is better. Now, no one can blame you, and nothing gets written down by the Malaika. You're safe. Now, this is how she preserves the honor and the respect and the dignity of the house. She has a job, man. And that job is when you walk out of your home, you only bring honor to the family. Now, she's not somebody who comes out of the house and you find the woman, the Muslim sister, you're talking to this person, going over the brother, going to that brother, just honoring her husband. No. She's quiet. She moves in silence. Now, for lack of a better word, like a ninja. Now, you don't see her going, nor do you see her coming. Right? We have those hadith when the women used to come to Fajr prayer with the Prophet ﷺ, and the Sahaba said, we used to see them leaving. He didn't say used to hear them. We used to see them leaving, and they all looked like black crows. Didn't hear a sound. Moving in silence. That's the righteous one. Now, after understanding that small piece of the righteous women, and we have a husn of one. Of course, we believe all of the Muslim women are righteous. But from the reality is that there is a dilemma that's occurring among us in the Ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And that is, it starts to look as if, and I'm emphasizing look, it's starting to look as if our women, not all of them, I'm not making a blanket statement, are moving away from striving for righteousness. Now, you say, well, how can you say that? Remember I said it looks as if. Because what is Iman? Tasdeeq, Qawl ala lisan, wa amal bil jawarih. Iman, that's kamil, complete, is what? I'm asking. What is it? It's a firmness in the heart. Huh? Statement on the tongue. Action on the limbs. Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah ta'ala, he said, indeed, when the heart is in love with the kalimatain, the kalimat tayyibah, the tongue can't help itself. It has to say, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, Ashhadu anna Muhammad Rasulullah. And he said, indeed, know that the heart is the general to the limbs. The heart commands the hand to do what it does, the feet to go where it goes, the eyes to look where they look. Now, the heart is the general. He says, so indeed, around the heart, it needs a guard, a sentinel. And what is the sentinel? A taqwa. Now, so this is why I said it looks as if some of our sisters are not striving for righteousness. Because Iman can be seen. Now, we have the hadith in Sahih Muslim, where the Prophet said, عن أبي هريرة رضي الله تعالى عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إن الله لا ينظر إلا صوركم وأموالكم ولكن ينظر إلا قلوبكم وأعمالكم 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 وأعمالكم. Abi Hurairah radiallahu ta'ala anhu, he said, indeed, the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he said, Allah does not look at your shapes or like your wealth, but rather, He looks at your heart and your actions. He looks at your heart and your actions. This is why I said, for us, we can only judge by what we see, right? Allah Azza wa Jalla in the Quran, He gave us descriptions of the mu'min, right? The munafiq, the kafir, in the Quran. Told us, look, and the Prophet ﷺ gave us some descriptions of the munafiq also. So there are descriptions that the only way we could judge is by what we see. We can't see a person's heart. So we can only judge by what we see. Now, that's clear? So here's Shaykh Uthaymeen, he said, indeed, Allah looks at your actions in your hearts, showing that these two things have to be united. They have to be married to one another. They have to be. You hear what I said? They have to be married to one another. Because if there is some type of tafarraq, some type of disconnection between them, then the person is lying. Right? When Iman fills the heart, it's seen on the person. That's why you got on the kufi right now. That's why you have on. This is why you have your pants on. This is why you have a beard. This is why the sisters wear jilbab or kimara or niqab. Now, because something affected my heart. This is why everybody come here for the house of prayer, trying to get here, get it, make wudu. All of those are actions, and they're the manifestation of what's in your heart. Now, is it possible to fool the people? I didn't say Allah Azza wa Jalla. Is it possible to fool the people? Yes. And the people only get fooled by what they see on the outside. That's it. That's it. So this is how we make our judgments. It's the only way. Now, so when the person has complete Iman, there is a harmony between the heart and the limbs. Right? And when the person is a munafiq, a hypocrite, there's a disconnection. In the heart, they have hatred, but they have to show you and you and you and you that I'm down. I'm down. I'm down. Treat Islam like it's a game. But now, let's not mix up anything here. Let's be clear. We know that the new Muslim, the new Muslim, they don't have complete Iman. It's not complete. Right? But what establishes their Islam is that they make the salah. Right? They might not have a total understanding, but that little bit of Iman, they come and they pray. Right? Because Prophet ﷺ, he said, look, if something else that's looked at, فَمَنْ تَرَكَ الصَّلَاةَ هُوَ كَافِرٌ. Whoever abandons the salah, whoever decides, I don't want to pray no more, and it's seen, he ain't praying no more. He comes to the masjid no more. You may see him out on the street doing something else. Smoking stuff, drinking things, hanging out with women. Say, Aki, what happened? I say, man, I ain't praying. What Catholic? Right? So praying and seeing it pray, it qualifies a person's Islam. Someone comes in and they make salah, you say, oh, you're Muslim. Based upon what you see. Is that clear? I'm really trying to drive this point home. Right? We judge by what we see. Now, what's a parent? Hey, nothing. So what we find is the actions of our beloved sisters. Now there could be many reasons for this. There could be many reasons why this is happening. Now, you say, well, why is Imam Hamzah saying this? The reason why I'm saying it doesn't look like some of the Muslim women are striving for righteousness is because they're wearing shirts, jeans, and a throw around the neck kimar. You understand that? So when you see it, a few things go through your mind. Either she's new, she's a new Muslim and she's trying. She's maybe she's new, and maybe she's not a new Muslim, and she got pulled in by the philosophies of society or the pressures of society. Or she's just following her nafs. And the only reason why you end up following your nafs is because you're not increasing in knowledge. Allah said, it is only those who have knowledge that fear Allah the most. So what's the key to increasing your taqwa? I'm asking. You have to have beneficial knowledge. You have to. So it could be that she's not learning. That's a deficiency. May Allah increase her knowledge. Or she's just following her desires. That's something that we're looking at. Or she has been coerced by the society. Or the first thing you mentioned, she's a new Muslim. And we got to be patient. That person never covered before. They never prayed before. So sometimes it may be hard, sometimes it may be hard. She's new. Be patient with her. That's like the brothers, when you first become a Muslim, you weren't praying before that. Sometimes you pray, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you got to get in the habit until it hits your heart, until you begin to love that thing. Now there's steps that Ibn Taymiyyah talks about. Because of the time, I don't want to go too long. We know, so when we talk about knowledge, that's what was mentioned by our beloved brother, that knowledge has to be ilmun nafi'ah, beneficial knowledge, the type of knowledge that's going to save a person from the hellfire and cause them to be entered into Jannah. But this is just my own thoughts, being honest. Sheikh Uthaymeen didn't say this. It's just my own thoughts. Looking at what's going on, and because I was asked to talk about this subject. And let me say this, that the scholars are people who have the knowledge of current affairs. The way to translate it. Wakia. They know current affairs. They know what's going on in the world. Now, I remember one time a student said to another student, the Sheikh so-and-so, he's too old. How is he going to know what's going on over here and over there? The Sheikh said, tell them we have students. We have students all over the world, and we send them out, and they come back and they report to us what's going on around the world. We don't have to leave our place. Now, I don't have to leave my place to know what's going on in China. I don't have to do that. So it's important for us to know about the current events that's going on around us. Now, we of course you got to have Islamic knowledge, but you have to have a knowledge of the world. For instance, how many of us know that the Euphrates River is drying up? How many of us know? Let me see your hands. You know. So in Syria and these places, in Iraq, it's gone dry. Here's why you need to know. The Prophet said that the hour will not come until the Euphrates dry up, and it will give birth to a mountain of gold. And 90% of the people will rush to it and fight and be killed because of it. And the Prophet said in another hadith to the Muslims, don't you go. And look, don't you go there. You can't sit like this with blinders on, not knowing what's going on around the world. Things are happening. There's signs that we have been told in the hadith, and we don't even know. Right? These are things that are happening that turn the light on and say, oh, we got to be prepped. Meaning in my deen, in myself, I have to fix me. Because these are signs of the hour coming close. Nah? So we have to be aware. We have to be aware. I'm just mentioning this because there are a lot of books that we should read. Especially when we have issues in our community. Some of them are psychological, some of them have a medical. Now, so we have to develop a basic knowledge of certain fields of study. Now, if you go back and you look at the Muslims in Spain, these people were doing eye surgery. Now, they were doing heart surgery when here in America, the touching the heart was haram. For them, they wouldn't do it until way later. But the Muslims, we have set what you call it? The precedents, man, and so they really follow us. We don't follow them. Mathematics come from us. Reading and writing come from us. And that doesn't happen by sitting in a dark room and the only thing we read is this here. No. It is the Quran and the Sunnah that sent them out and made them as great as they were. Nah? When the Muslims came to Spain, I don't mean to give a history lesson, the Europeans were sitting in what they call the Dark Ages. They said those people hadn't washed for years, and when the boats of the Muslims landed on the shores, the Muslims said we could smell the stench. When we got there, they said their kings were sleeping with the cows. SubhanAllah. We were the ones that built sidewalks. We were the ones who put up the street lamps. We were the one who came and told the kings and queens of Spain, no, you can't sleep with the cow. Why are you sleeping with the cow? And separating them. We were the ones who built those castles. They didn't build those castles. We want all of the sciences. But it has to start with the foundation of the Quran and the Sunnah. The Muslims are the ones who changed the world, man. Now, and our women, they have to understand that they have that responsibility. This is why the Masjid said, if you teach a woman, now you have taught a nation. A nation? Why? Because the first person that the child is with, like Ibraheem mentioned, is the mother. From the suckling of the breast to the first Bismillah before they eat. Huh? Okay. There was a book I read. Not all of it, just some of it. Which only got 5 minutes. This book is called Beauty Sick. Beauty Sick. It's a psychologist. Her name is Renee Evans, I think it is. A psychologist. And she did research on women becoming beauty sick. When she looked at the stats, she said there are 1,500,000 plastic surgeries done in the year 2018. Can you imagine? She said 90% of those surgeries were women. SubhanAllah. It's like, what made them do that? I was talking to a brother not too long ago, and he told me that his wife told him that she went to a masjid, and the women in the masjid were talking about having their lips changed and noses reduced, and I want to get this done and get that done. He said, man, what happened? What's going on? Something's happening. Now, She said, what are the symptoms of this thing? How do you know that our wives and daughters and mothers and grandmothers are affected by this syndrome? It said the first symptom is knowing how to pose in front of a phone. SubhanAllah. Knowing how to pose. Now, woman pick up the phone, a Muslim woman pick up a phone to another Muslim woman and she knows how to pose. Yeah, she has this issue, beauty sick. Something wrong. What? Because where did you go and learn that? And why did you waste time to go and learn how to pose properly? Who told you that if you hold the camera up and you raise your head, it makes your jaw tighter? So you don't have the sag. Who told you that? And why are you wasting time doing that? And who are you sending these pictures to? He said the other symptom is worrying about the body size. He said 40% of women said that they would rather be hit by a truck than to be overweight. Survey. I'd rather be hit by a truck than be overweight. She further went on and talked to these women, and she said some of the women started asking, well, that's not too bad. Look, how big is the truck? How fast is the truck going? They said they did this same survey in Esquire magazine in 1954. This didn't happen last night. They've been trying to mess all women up forever. 1954. They said she's looking at pictures in magazines, making a comparison. They said doing this causes depression, low self-esteem, feelings of shame, and not being satisfied with the creation of Allah Azza wa Jalla. SubhanAllah. She studied how long does it take when a woman looks into a magazine and sees these people thinking that I have to be and look like this. They said, how long does this depression and the feeling of low self-esteem, how long does it take? They said 1 minute. As soon as they see the picture. Right now, all over Africa, because of what they see, they're brightening their skins. Oh, in India too. Why? Because of the image that's being projected. I'm not racist, I'm not being racist. In most of those magazines, you see Caucasians. So those people feel like in order for me to be beautiful, I have to lighten my skin. I have to be whiter. I have to be lighter. I have to be brighter. Now, this is in India, in Africa, in all of these countries overseas. What's happening? Here too. And that's not enough. They said they try to have body enhancements. They're not satisfied with the creation of Allah Azza wa Jalla. She said in the science of psychology, this theory is called Objectification Theory. Now listen. She explains what objectification theory is. Listen to this. The meaning is that the women have been taught that their primary form of currency, you hear what I said? Their primary form of currency is their bodies. Primary form of currency. You guys know what currency is? That's how we got this, right? We use the currency to buy it. She believes that her primary form of currency is her body. So in order to have herself more, worth more, they enhance it. Right? And they do tests. They test people. They have an alleged beautiful woman walk into a place and ask questions, and they jot how many people come to her rescue because she has a question. And then a woman who was just normal, and maybe one person go, yeah, can I help you? And 5 people came to the one who was enhanced. How would it be letting them that? women are being affected by this. So because of it, she puts on a kimar with makeup. And everything that should only be seen for her husband, now she's showing everybody outside. I would be lying in that. That has to change. I'm passing everything up now. Sheikh Uthaymeen, in a book, the woman's job of rectifying society. Wow. Woman's job, or the course that she should take, the rule of mar'i fil aslah and mujtami. Now, so this is the course or the method that the woman should take to change society. Sheikh Uthaymeen wrote this book showing that the women have the ability to change society. This is why the society attacks our women. Now, this is why they come at her. Television, all of these other things, all these ideas, feminism, all these things, they attack her because she has the ability to affect the children. She has the ability to affect you. Now, if you're not strong and firm and holding your position, I didn't say mean and abusive. I'm talking about kind and gentle and tolerant. Now, okay. The Sheikh, he said, and this is the advice to our beloved women. First, the Sheikh, he made clear in a long talk that we are depending upon you. So this is what we say today to our beloved sisters. We are depending upon you. We love you. We need you to be in a firm, strong position as it relates to this religion. We're depending on you. We go out to work every day and we put all of this in your hands. The minds of the children. Now, and if you teach those children properly, wallah, you're going to see the Muslim Ummah change. It's going to change. So that means we got to take away all the little gadgets and phones and tablets and remove all these cartoon characters. All that stuff got to go. Because in your hands is the raising of a generation. Shaykh Uthaymeen, he said, and you have to understand, oh sisters in Islam, that you are the majority of Banu Adam. Allah did this for a reason. There's more of you than us. Now, because men can't have children. Now, so this job is yours. It's in your hands. You're entrusted with this. We need you. Wallah, if you fix you, you're gonna find that we're better. Now, it's nothing like having a righteous woman in your house. You walk in the home and you find her reading the Quran. You walk in the home and you find her making the salah. Now, you walk in your home and you find her making dhikr. You walk in your home and you find her sitting with the children, reciting to them the Quran and them repeating it back. There's nothing more beautiful than that. Wallah, you are diamonds. You are queens. I'm telling you. I'm going to tell you something that a Kafir said. Christopher Columbus, on his way to America, he was taking down notes in his travels. He said that some Muslims was passing by him in another ship. And he seen them. They had on white thobes and turbans, and the women, he said, were sitting on the deck with their faces covered, dressed in white. He said they looked like kings and queens. I've never seen such royalty in my life. I'm sorry, it wasn't Christopher Columbus, it was his son. Never seen such royalty. They were just standing and sitting there, and they looked royal to them. Kings and queens. SubhanAllah. That kind of nobility and respect only comes from Allah Azza wa Jal when you're obedient to Him. This is that thing, you brothers know when you're walking down the street, you and your wife, there's some guys standing on the corner. If you grew up in the hood and they're drinking beer, smoking coolies, and when they see you, they put it behind their back and they step up against the wall and they say, hey, brother, stop everything, turn the music down. The Muslims. Did you pull out a gun? I said, get out of my way. No. It's Allah Azza wa Jalla raised you. When we do things right, that's the outcome. It's like royalty has appeared on the scene. I'm not going to stop. Sheikh Uthaymeen, he then says that the women should strive to be upright. And he said this can only be done by knowledge, point one. Number two, that she should be able to articulate her feelings clearly to her spouse and the children and her friends. He said the only way to do this is to learn the Arabic language. SubhanAllah. He said in wisdom, she has to learn how to be wise in her dealings. Now, and he gave an example. He said from the wisdom is when the Prophet ﷺ was in the Masjid and the Bedouin came in and he urinated in the corner of the Masjid. Now, and when he urinated, the Sahabas wanted to beat him up. The Prophet ﷺ, he said, no, don't do this. Just get some water, pour. After he finishes, pour it on the urine and send them over to me. The Prophet ﷺ, he said, after he finishes. Sheikh Uthaymeen said the wisdom here is if the Sahabas had went to grab him while he was urinating, the urine would have went all over the Masjid. All over places where they wouldn't be able to see it. But leaving him alone, it only went in that one spot. They poured water on that spot. Because whatever water hits, it purifies it. He then brought the man over to him and explained to him what the Masjid is for. And the man said, may Allah bless you, Muhammad, me, and you, and nobody else. Because he knew they were going to beat him up. Now, another time, there was a man who was wearing a ring, a gold ring. And the Prophet was coming with some of the other Sahaba. And the Prophet knew that this man knew that gold was haram. The Prophet went over to him, took the ring off and threw it away. Just walked over to him and took it off and threw it away. The other Sahaba said, no, let's go get that ring. The man said, I dare not go get anything that the Prophet threw away. They said, you don't get money for it. Yeah. He left it. So the Prophet showed that in one situation where a person doesn't know, you have to be tolerant and easy and teach them. But when in some situation where the person knows, he deserves a little harshness. Now, the other example, and we're going to finish, that the man who was intimate with his wife in the daylight hours during the month of Ramadan, and he came to the Prophet to tell him. The Prophet he asked him, well, can you fast X amount of days? He said, no. He said, can you give sadaqah? He said, no. So the Prophet sent someone to get some dates. And he came back and they handed the man the dates. He said, here, go take these dates and give them to the poorest people in Medina. He said, oh, Masjid, Allah, my family's the poorest family in between the two mountains. The Prophet laughed. He said, then take it home and feed your family. Now, wisdom, man. May Allah aid us and increase us in knowledge and bless our beloved women and protect them. As they are the diamonds and the pearls of this religion. May Allah protect you and increase you all in knowledge and forgive you of your sins. Ameen. Subhanallah wa bihamdika. Ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Assalamu alaykum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ask Masjid.
Jazakallah khair. Eesa. Imam Hamzah, barakallahu feekum, jazakallah khair. Allah Ta'ala bless you. Put it on your scale of good deeds, Imam Hamzah can go all night. He had a lot of notes and he comes well prepared. So we're going to introduce Imam Zaahid Rashid. He's the Imam at Basira. He's from New York. Right now he's in Plainfield, New Jersey. That's where his masjid is at. We'd like to introduce Zaahid, and he's long-winded as well. So we might have to go after Maghrib, inshallah. We'll see, inshallah, because we have another speaker, which is Ismaaeel. He's outside, he's here. Imam Ismaaeel. So we're going to have Zaahid speak now. فليتفضل.
إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدًا عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم أما بعد يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وخلق منها زوجها وبث منهما رجالا كثيرا ونساء واتقوا الله الذي تساءلون به والأرحام إن الله كان عليكم رقيبا يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله وقولوا قولا سديدا يصلح لكم أعمالكم ويغفر لكم ذنوبكم ومن يطع الله ورسوله فقد فاز فوزا عظيما أما بعد فإن أصدق الحديث كتاب الله وخير الحديث حديث محمد عليه الصلاة والسلام وشر الأمور محدثاتها وكل محدثة بدعة وكل بدعة دلالة وكل دلالة في النار ثم أما بعد. My dear brothers and sisters, first and foremost, I would like to thank the administration of Masjid Al-Ihsaan and the Imam, our beloved brother Mahmoud, and all those who assist them in this program, in this conference, like Brother Abu Hafsa, Nazir, and others. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless every single one of them for arranging this beautiful program. And of course, first and foremost, the thank is for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who gave us all the tawfiq. And then thank is also for every single one of you for coming today. And we ask Allah that Allah Azza wa Jal place this heavily on the scale of your good deeds as well. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, just like He has gathered us here, may Allah Azza wa Jal, Jalla Jalaluhu wa Azza Sha'nu, gather us all in Jannat al-Firdaus al-A'la, in the company of the prophets, al-Anbiya, al-Shuhada, al-Siddiqun, wa-Salihun, wa-Hasuna ula'ika rafiqa. My brothers and sisters, theme of this program, a beautiful theme, a much needed theme, nurturing, raising families, especially in our circumstances. And as far as the topic is concerned, what is a role model? And how to be a positive role model? And how to make sure that inshallah ta'ala a person can take someone, a role model who would lead the family as a whole, as well as a society, and lead them all so that we all can be among the inheritors of Jannat al-Firdaus. My brothers and sisters, al-Qudwa, al-Uswa, or a role model. What is a role model? What is a positive role model? And what are the benefits of being a positive role model? And how important it is to take positive role models. Look, before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asked us to take Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam as our role model, He ordered Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam, after mentioning about 18 prophets, one after other, after mentioning 18 prophets, Rabbuna tabaraka wa ta'ala, He told Rasulullah alayhi salatu wa salam, He said, أُولَٰئِكَ الَّذِينَ هَدَى اللَّهُ فَبِهُدَاهُ مُقْتَدِهِ. This is in Surah Al-An'am, verse 90. Surah Al-An'am is Surah Makkiyah. And when it was revealed with this surah, as Ibn Abbas radiallahu ta'ala and other Sahaba, they said, when this surah came down, with this surah came down 75,000 angels. So you can understand the heaviness of this surah. So here, in one single ayah, or two ayahs, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He mentions 18 prophets, and then He tells Rasulullah alayhi salatu وَبِهُدَاهُ مُقْتَدِهِ. They are the one who are guided. O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Sayyiduna wa Habibuna is addressed by Rabbuna tabaraka wa ta'ala. And he said, our Rabb, he said, those 18 prophets, they were the guided ones. They had the best of the guidance. O Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, follow their guidance. Follow their guidance, which of course came from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then, my brothers and sisters, when it comes to our Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam, when it comes to the ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, when it comes to the best of the humanity after the Anbiya, Sahaba, Ridwanullah alayhi ajma'in, Rabbuna tabaraka wa ta'ala, He said, لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ لِمَنْ كَانَ يَرْجُو اللَّهَ وَالْيَوْمَ الْآخِرَ وَذَكَرَ اللَّهَ كَثِيرًا. Which is Surah Al-Ahzab, ayah 21. Surah Al-Ahzab is Surah Madaniyah. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He said, rather, He addressed to every single one of us. We all are being addressed. لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ. Indeed, in your Nabi, for verily, for you, your best example is your Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam. We have to make our Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam our role model in every single aspect of our lives. And you know what happened, my brothers and sisters? When Sahaba did this, when the Sahaba Ridwanullah alayhim ajma'in, when they really took Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam as the best example, they were the successful ones. They were the victorious ones. And they were the leaders of the nations. So today, if we see we have failed as communities, if we see we have failed as a ummah, it is only because we have abandoned the uswatun hasana. We have abandoned taking Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam as our true exemplary example. So if we want to have the victory, just like what was witnessed by the Sahaba and Tabi'een, Tabi'een and others, my brothers and sisters, that we need to be serious. Ya Ibadallah. This is as a ummah, but as individuals, as a family, my brothers and sisters, we must make sure that children take their parents as their role models. And you better be a role model for your children in that capacity. You have to understand, my brothers and sisters, in the time of social media, in the times of fitan, if you don't live up to be the role model in that capacity, your children will take others as their role models. My brothers and sisters, let me put it this way. Just like you believe you have two eyes, just like you believe you have two hands, just like you believe you have two ears, you must believe that you must be prepared to be a role model get married. If you're not prepared, then work on it before you work on getting or looking for a wife. And the same goes for a mother, for a wife, for a sister. A brother must be prepared to be a role model in that capacity, and a sister must be prepared to be a role model in the capacity of a mother. If they're not prepared, ya ibadallah, you will not produce except those who will be distant from the religion. And we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for his protection for our children. Ya ibadallah, it is a very serious situation. It is a very serious situation. If parents, they fail to be a role model, a positive, good role model, then they are part and they have played a major role in destruction of the families and the communities. We must understand our children, they are responsibility in our necks. And we will be asked of this great responsibility. My brothers, we must understand a day will come when we will have to face Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. A day will come when we will be standing in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we will be questioned of our responsibilities towards our children. Mother Nubi Awladin, what do you think of those children who see their fathers don't pray in the masjid? What do you think of those children who see their fathers don't pray at all, or pray very rarely, or pray once in a while whenever they feel like it? What do you think of sisters, of daughters? What would be their situation? How do you think they will be raised if they see their mothers don't wear proper hijab? How can you expect them to wear modestly and to wear according to what Allah has legislated? What do you think of a family? What do you think of those children? What do you think of that family who don't wake up until after passing out the time of the Fajr? After the sun has risen, or after the time of Fajr has passed? What do you think of that family? What kind of role are they playing in the victory of the community and the ummah as a whole? And then we dare to complain, Aina Nasrullah? Where is the victory from Allah? Where is the help from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? My brothers and sisters, when we talk about positive role, it means that we train and discipline our children upon good character. And we put in their hearts and in their mind, and we raise them and nurture them upon that hatred of the evil of their characters. We wash them, we clean them, just like we make sure that we protect them from what harms them. Why is it a parent would never allow his son or daughter to be harmed in front of him intentionally, while he could protect his son or daughter, or while a mother could protect her son or her daughter? They will never allow the children to be harmed of something which may cause them to bleed, which may cause them to some cuts on their bodies. But when it comes to the cleanliness of the heart, when it comes to the tawheed of Allah, when it comes to raising them upon the sunnah of Rasulullah, when it comes to putting in them the hatred of shirk and kufr, when it comes to protecting them from the evil and the harm of what harms their deen, we are not as excited as we would be if we see them what may harm them or cause them to bleed or cut. My brothers and sisters, make sure your kids find you busy in things what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has ordered, and they never see you engaged in committing haram. My brothers, every single one of us, we daydream of, I want to play a big role in bringing victory to the ummah. I want to see the ummah victorious. Look how Muslims are being oppressed everywhere, how Muslims are being tortured and going through rough times everywhere. Even if we feel like we are being withheld from victory or from success, my brothers and sisters, there is no one to blame but ourselves. We all think and claim that we want to do this and this and this, but in reality, when it really comes to really being a positive role model and coming up with the proper ingredients of success, we completely in lack of that. My brothers and sisters, at-tarbiyah, nurturing your family, does not happen only by the statements. It must happen by your actions. It must happen by your actions, because that is what a child would understand and act upon. As one of the Salaf said, about the Annas, لا يتعلمون بآذانهم بل بعيونهم. Children and others, they don't learn mostly by their ears, rather they learn what they see with their eyes. They don't learn what they hear or what they are told or what they are advised by their ears or what they hear, rather what they see by their eyes. So my brothers and sisters, how beneficial that lesson can be when a mother tells her son or her daughter to be truthful, and how important it is to be truthful. Yet he or she, the son or the daughter, sees the same mother in 5, 10, 20 or 1 hour later lying to someone over the phone or lying to the father or whatever. My brothers and sisters, how would a child will learn from his father when his father tells him to do good things, yet he does not see his father engaged in those good things? So we have to understand that actions play a major role, if not the most important and the only role in nurturing and bringing about successful family. And therefore, Imam Shafi'i rahimahullah, when he had a discussion with a teacher who was teaching the sons of the Amir al-Mu'mineen, Harun al-Rashid. So Imam Shafi'i said to the teacher, لِيَكُنْ أَوَّلَ مَا تَبْدَأَ بِهِ مِنْ إِصْلَاحِ أَوْلَادِ أَمِيرِ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ إِصْلَاحُ نَفْسِكَ فَالْحَسَنُ عِنْدَهُمْ مَا اسْتَحْسَنْتَهُ وَالْقَبِيحُ عِنْدَهُمْ مَا تَرَكْتَهُ. He said, Imam Shafi'i rahimahullah, he said to the teacher, he said, before you teach the children of the Amir al-Mu'mineen, make sure that first you begin with your own correction. you begin with yourself first. You practice what you are teaching. You must begin with yourself. For verily, what they see of good in you as practicing as an exemplary person, that is good to them. And whatever they see in you as someone staying away from things which have to be stayed away from, they will stay away from that. What they see in you abandoning those haram things or those things to be stayed away from, that is what they will stay away from. My brothers and sisters. And the same thing has been reported from one of the Salaf as one of the Tabi'i, Umar ibn Utbah, he said, لِيَكُنْ أَوَّلَ سِلَاحُكَ لِوَلَدِكَ. He said to his teacher, the teacher of his kids, teacher of his son, he said, لِيَكُنْ أَوَّلَ سِلَاحُكَ لِوَلَدِي إِصْلَاحُكَ لِنَفْسِكَ فَإِنَّ عَيُونَهُمْ عَقُودَةٌ بِكَ. He said, before you work on my children, before you start teaching my children, I need you to practice what you are teaching. Because my kids' eyes, they are looking at you. My kids' eyes, they are everywhere with you. So if they see you doing things which you are telling them not to do, they will never listen to you. Not only that, it may cancel other good things which you are teaching. Not only that, my brothers and sisters, it may very well be Shaitan is going to play a role. A person may be a very good example in, let's say, 70 things. And now if it's not a good thing in 30 other things, 1/3, now Shaitan may play a role and may cancel out 70 other things because of those 30 other things. So be careful. My brothers and sisters, you know, Nabi alayhi salatu wassalam, he said, Salatul mar'i fi baytihi afdalu min salatihi fi masjidi hadha illa maktuba. Listen carefully, my brothers and sisters. You see, this deed is beautiful. Allahu Akbar. Complete, comprehensive. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, you know what he said? He said, once you have prayed your fard prayer, once you are done with your mandatory salah, then the best of your prayers is in your homes. After you are done with your mandatory prayers, pray the nawafil in your home. And you know what he said? He compared, he said, not even in my own masjid, in my masjid. Masjid al-Nabawi, where one salah equal to 1,000 salawat, even that, he said no. Or 10,000, he said no. He said, pray in your homes. Allahu Akbar. Pray in your life. Let you be the example for others. Let you be a reminder for others. Let others see you. Your child who's only 3 years old, who's only 2 years old, who didn't make it to the masjid, who was not commanded to be in the masjid, let him see you. My brothers, my sisters, Ya Ibadallah, do we see the importance of being a positive and good role model? Being a good role model, even to the point, Rasulullah alayhi sallam said, فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ جَاعِلٌ فِي بَيْتِهِ مِنْ صَلَاتِهِ خَيْرًا. For verily a person who prays at home after praying the mandatory salah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to put barakah in it and will about much good from that. My brothers, all of that for great benefits. Let us not forget, our kids, they are like surveillance cameras. Like surveillance cameras who are constantly monitoring us. Sometimes we do things and we forget there are cameras. 24/7, those cameras are working. My brothers and sisters, so is the situation with our children. They are monitoring us. When was the last time your wife saw you praying tahajjud? When was the last time your children saw both mother and father studying the deen together? When was the last time you shed tears in love, fear, and hope in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Your children are watching you, my brothers and sisters. Your children are watching you. And we must make sure that we understand this great responsibility. As one of the Salafi said, my brothers and sisters, إِنَّ هَذِهِ الْأَخْلَاقِ وَهَائِبٌ مِّنَ اللَّهِ فَإِذَا أَحَبَّ اللَّهُ عَبْدَهُ وَحَبَهُ مِنْهَا. My brothers and sisters, from being a positive role model, we must have the best of the characters, especially those who have the understanding of the deen, especially those who want to succeed in Jannah. Shukran, brother. Thank you. Especially those who want to have the company of our Nabi, alayhi salatu wasalam, who want to drink from the Hawd al-Kawthar, who want to drink from the pond of the Kawthar, those who are serious about Jannah, those who really want to enjoy the eternal life hereafter in Jannah, then they have to be serious about their characters with their families. And these characters, as one of the Salaf said, they are gifts from Allah. You being in your best character, it is a gift from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Brothers and sisters, and you know who are gifted with those best characters? إِذَا أَحَبَّ اللَّهُ عَبْدًا وَحَبَهُ مِنْهُ. When Allah loves a slave, when Allah loves someone, Allah gives him this gift. Allah gives her this gift. So if someone who is not blessed with the gift of the best of the characters, then he or she needs to fear Allah, and they need to be worried that they may not be of those who are loved by Allah. My brothers, matter is serious. You want to be loved by Allah? Then work on your characters. And for this reason, to make us understand this, Rasulullah alayhi wasallam said, أَكْمَلَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ إِيمَانًا أَحْسَنُهُمْ خُلُقًا. Those who are the perfect Iman, or the best of the Iman, they are those who are the best of the characters. My brothers and sisters, it is enough. We have heard this hadith enough. When are we going to put it into action? When are we going to live by this hadith? When are we going to start working on these hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam? When are we going to lead
Somebody
others
must have told
by
this out
his
here.
hadith?
I've never heard him raise his
When
voice.
are we going to understand the reality of the perfection of the Iman?
Yeah, I was talking. We used to talk about that.
Granted
Exactly.
to
He's
those
all right today.
who have the best of the characters. And our Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam, he used to seek refuge in Allah from the munkarat al-akhlaq wal-ahwa'i wal-adwa. He said, Allahumma
No,
inni a'udhu
we gotta
bika.
get some more.
Oh Allah, I seek refuge in you from the evil of the characters.
We're saying we need some more plays. We don't got no more?
My dear brothers and sisters,
I thought Abdul said he bought
are
some
you
more.
serious about earning and being rewarded by a seat next to Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam in Yawm al-Qiyamah? Are you serious about it? Do you really want it? Or is it just a lip service? You just saying it. I want it. No. If you truly want it, then listen to this hadith of Sayyiduna wa Habibuna alladhi la yantiqu anil hawa in huwa illa wahyu yuha. The one who does not speak anything anything out of way, does not say anything except it is a wahi from Allah. He said, Aqrab nas, my brothers and sisters, premier seat, prime seat, the next seat, the closest seat. He said, Aqrab nas minni manzilatan, the most close to me in Yawm al-Qiyamah, most close to me, next to me will be those ahasinuhum akhlaqa, those who have the best of the characters. Those who have the best of the characters. My brothers and sisters, this is how to be a positive role model in your family. As in the other hadith of Rasulullah alayhi salam, you know, today you want to get something which comes with guarantee, some kind of warranty. If something comes with a warranty, even if it is expensive, you would want to take that. If someone gives you something, said, okay, and listen, we're talking about something precious, right? Let's say if something which costs about $100,000. He said, there's no warranty on it. It may last only a day or two, 10 days or 20 days, a year or two, whatever. But you can spend $200,000, double the amount, but it would be yours and it would be, it comes with full, no fine print, with proper full warranty for life. For life. But it's double the cost. You will go for that. A truthful believer, a sincere believer, a smart believer, a wise believer would go for that. And here we have our Nabi, Al-Mustafa sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. He said, Ana za'imu bi baytin fi rabbil jannah. He said, I guarantee you the Jannah. I guarantee you Jannah. And he mentioned a few of the things. We don't have time for that. And from among those things, he said, wa bi baytin. Allahu Akbar. Listen carefully, my brothers and sisters. Who is guaranteeing you? Who? Alayhi salatu wasalam. And what is the guarantee for? Jannah. Right? Is this not something we should be concerned of? Oh yes, let me get it. Let me get my hands on it. Let me cancel out everything. And let me just focus on this part. Because our Nabi, Sadiq al-Masduq, is giving us the guarantee. Is giving us a full guarantee. He said, وَبِبَيْتٍ فِي أَعْلَى الْجَنَّةِ لِمَنْ حَسُنَ خُلُقًا. And the guarantee for the one, not just any place in Jannah. Not just in any place in Jannah, my brothers. He said, فِي أَعْلَى الْجَنَّةِ. And the most high Jannah. He is giving you the guarantee. Our Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam. For who? لِمَنْ حَسُنَ خُلُقًا. For the one who have the best of the characters. My brothers and sisters, so as we said, my brothers and sisters, we can go on and on just on this topic, but we don't have too much time. So let's come back to the point of leading your family with practical examples by actually doing it. And you know what, my brothers and sisters? There is a story from the Rasulullah, from the seerah of Rasulullah alayhi salam, which also highlights this point. So I'm going to summarize it inshallah because the story is long. In the time of Sulh al-Hudaybiyah, when Rasulullah alayhi salam, he went with his companions to make Umrah, and then Kuffar and the Quraysh Makkah stopped him and the companions said, look, you cannot do it. And then they had a peace treaty, and then they went through a lot back and forth discussions and stuff like this. And then when everything was finalized, so Rasulullah alayhi salatu wasalam, he said to his companions, because they all had with them slaughtering animals. animals to slaughter, which they came with for the Umrah. So he said, قوموا فانحروا ثم احلقوا فوالله ما قام منهم رجل حتى قال ذلك 3 مرات فلما لم يقم منهم أحد قام فدخل على سلمة. So Prophet Muhammad, he ordered them, he said, slaughter your animals, we have done our treaty and now we will go back. He said, slaughter and shave your head because you are not going to perform the tawaf. So he said 3 times to companions. And listen to this, those companions who would always hasty in practicing and implementing the commands of Rasulullah alayhi salatu. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also wants to teach us something from this story. So Rasulullah alayhi salatu, and I'm going to repeat this again, companions, the best of the mankind, after the Anbiya, the one who loved Rasulullah so much that they would try to stop at the same spot where the camel of Rasulullah would stop. They would try to put the feet of their camel at the same spot where the camels of Rasulullah would put their feet. So much so. But here, just for us to learn something. So Rasulullah told them 3 times, get up, slaughter, and shave your head. But they didn't do it. So Rasulullah he went to Salama. And then Salama, and he mentioned this to Salama radiyallahu ta'ala anha. So she said, فَقَالَتْ يَا نَبِيَ اللَّهِ أَتُحِبُّ ذَلِكَ? O Prophet of Allah, do you really want it? قَالَ نَعَمْ, yes, I do want it. I want them to act upon it. So she said, فَاخْرُجْ ثُمَّ لَا تُكَلِّمْ أَحَدًا مِنْهُمْ حَتَّى تَنْحَرَ بُدْنَكَ وَتَدْعُو حَالِقَكَ فَيَحْلِقَكَ. So she said, Salama radiallahu ta'ala, he said, O Prophet of Allah, leave the home, go out, and don't ask them to do anything. Don't tell them to do anything. Just go and slaughter your animal and call your barber or whoever is going to shave your head, call that person and let him shave your head. And don't tell them anything. فَقَامَ النَّبِيُّ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وسلم. So our Nabi alayhi, he left the place, he left his house, he went out and he did not speak to any one of them. And then he slaughtered his animal and he called and he got his head shaved. As soon the companions saw it, they all rushed to do it. They all rushed to do it to the point حَتَّى كَادَ بَعْدُهُمْ يَقْتُلُ بَعْدًا الْغَرْبَ. They rushed to do this thing so fast, so hurriedly that they almost caused stampede. They almost stepping on each other. My brothers and sisters, what do we learn from this? Number 1, consult your woman. Speak to your woman. Speak to your wives. Bring them into the consultation mode. Even if you think they cannot advise you properly, even if you think they may not have those skills, still, this is part of being mawadda and rahmah. Hold her hand. Put her next to you. Be close to her. Speak to her with your problems. Allah will make a way out. Perhaps it may be on her tongue. Let me ask you, my brothers and sisters, is this not a small problem that our Nabi alayhi salatu wasalam, he orders 3 times and they don't listen? He didn't say, oh, what? I'm going to go back to my woman, I'm going to tell her. No. Brothers, this is for us to learn some lessons. We must understand our woman has a major role to play in our families. Our women, they are the most important pillar of the usrah. We must understand, ya ibadallah. We must understand. And then the second example, what we learn from this is that sometimes, especially for us, most of the time, saying or ordering may not work. We have to prove it with our actions to our children, especially. My brothers and sisters, what time is Baghdad?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? MashaAllah. I'm just getting started. MashaAllah. And here, so we understand the role of the woman who plays a role of a woman. Now, my brothers, and especially our sisters, let our sisters not think for a moment that they are so bad in a marital situation where they cannot play a big role. Let our sisters not think this, not even for a moment, that, oh, well, my husband is too controlling, or my husband is too oppressive, or my husband would not let me play a good role, or my husband would not allow me to do a proper tarbiyah, or I just cannot do it. I'm just so caught up in my situation. My brothers and sisters, we have a giant example of Imra'at Fir'aun, Asiya. Allah Azza wa Jal, He said, وَضَرَبَ اللَّهُ مَثَلًا لِلَّذِينَ آمَنُوا امْرَأَةَ فِرْعَوْنَ إِذْ قَالَتْ رَبِّ ابْنِ لِي عِندَكَ بَيْتًا في الجنة ونجني من فرعون وعمله ونجني من القوم الظالمين. Asiya, the one who was the wife of the Fir'aun. My sisters, my honorable sisters, my respectable sisters, my beloved sisters, no matter what kind of husband you have, it cannot be worse than Fir'aun. Ever, ever, not even close. So if Asiya radiallahu ta'ala anha, if she can play a great role, the Imra'at of Fir'aun, if she can play a great role while being the wife of the one who said, Ana Rabbukum al-A'la, if she can play a big role and she can turn to Allah and she can ask Allah, Rabbi ibni li 'indak baytan fil Jannah, oh Allah, build for me a house in your Jannah, my sisters, then you can do much, much better, inshallah ta'ala, in your situation, no matter how tough it is, inshallah ta'ala. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will always be there for you. And how, another example, an example from a female scholar, or I should say, a female role model, who produced a giant, a great scholar, Imam Shafi'i, rahimahullah. Imam Shafi'i, rahimahullah, he said, لما أتت علي سنتان حملتني أمي إلى مكة وكنت يتيما في حجر أمي فدفعتني إلى الكتاب ولم يكن عندها ما تعطي المعلم. Brothers, we want to marry those sisters who would be a great example, like the mother of Imam Shafi'i, rahimahullah. And sisters, you can do great. You can also produce scholars, inshallah ta'ala. Imam Shafi'i, rahimahullah, he said, when I was 2 years old, who's the youngest child here, mashallah? How old are you? 10, mashallah. Allahu Akbar. How old is he? 6, 7, mashallah. So sisters, whoever has 2 years old up there, I don't know where the sisters, right, left, up, where. So sisters up there, whoever has 2 years old, with you now, inshallah, you can still do it today, inshallah. And those who have older, you can still do it. Imam Shafi'i, rahimahullah, said, when I was 2 years old, my mother carried me to Mecca. And I was an orphan. And my My mother, she gave me a notebook. And then she said she took me to a teacher and she didn't even have enough money to give to the teacher. And his mother, after 2 years after that, when he was 4 years old, his mother said she was a role model, a positive role model, a good role model, where all of our sisters, inshallah, should play to do their best. She said, Ya bunayya ma ta'buk, wa innana fuqara, wa laysa lana mal, wa inni lan atazawwiju min ajlik, wa qad nadartuka lil ilm, la'alla Allahu yajma'u bika shamlu hadhihi al-ummah. When he was 4 years old, his mother said, Oh my son, your father has passed away, and we are poor, and we don't have any money, and I'm not going to marry another one for you, for your sake, so that I can focus on you. And I have gifted you, I have given you for the sake of Allah, for the sake of seeking knowledge. لَعَلَّ اللَّهُ يَجْمَعُ بِكَ شَمْلُ هَذِهِ الْأُمَّةِ, so that perhaps you can become a scholar, and you can unite the ummah. And my brothers and sisters, that Imam Shafi'i rahimahullah, because of that role model, and because of the tawfiq from Allah, and because of his hard work and everything, he was, as Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal rahimahullah, he said, كَانَ كَالشَّمْسُ فِي الدُّنْيَا وَكَالْعَافِيَةُ لِلنَّاسِ. He was like a sun to the nation. He was, my brothers, and there are many, many other examples. And from those examples, okay. خلاص, طيب إن شاء الله. I don't know what is it. Wallahi, I have. They gave me this heavy topic of role model, you know. And to be honest, I'm serious. I didn't even get started yet. I mean, subhanAllah. I'm just trying to. But inshallah, maybe some other time, inshallah, we will try to do something, inshallah. May Allah make it easy. Subhanallah wa bihamdika, ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk.
Brother Zaahid, Allah Ta'ala bless him. He's always welcome back to him. Always, always. Inshallah, brothers, we're going to do the adhan, 5 minutes, we pray. And there's food here. I know some of y'all brothers, this is the third lecture. We're going to take a bite to eat, and Imam Ismaaeel is going to speak for the last talk, inshallah ta'ala.
Ibraheem, yeah. Oh, she's good. I really go to her. Oh, yeah? When did he get a deal? Man, I'm so glad to see you. That's good. You get money, yeah. I put him on that. Yeah, we should. Where? The next one, you tell us. No, she's too good, man. I got to really think about it. Yeah. Okay. You sure? I do. More for that, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
So, brothers, we're about to start the last lecture in a few minutes, inshallah. So, we'd like the brothers downstairs to come upstairs. We're going to start because the Eesa is coming in very close. We don't want to pray Eesa too late. Now, so brothers, please, inshallah ta'ala, you can finish up and you can come upstairs, inshallah, to listen to the last lecture. Well, it's just a brief introduction to Imam Ismaaeel. He's known to us. He's right from across the water, Patterson, New Jersey. He's from the Imam Hamzah's community. He was the Imam of Masjid Al-Quran wa Sunnah for a decade. MashaAllah, he's traveled to different countries and benefited from the Mashayikh. And he's known to us, MashaAllah. And here he traveled all the way from Apopka, Florida, just to be with us, to be with the brothers. And one of his statements, he said, even if a lot of people don't come out, there's benefit in small crowds. Alhamdulillah, a lot of people came out tonight. As we ran out of food. Inshallah, we plan better next time, inshallah. The brother, alhamdulillah, he's one of the Imams, very inspirational. As many of y'all heard the khutbah that he gave here Friday. Very strong, powerful, mashallah. And the brothers loved him. We want to make him feel at home, because he is at home. He's from New York, or he's in New York 10 years, so mashallah. So, inshallah, he's going to start in a few minutes, inshallah ta'ala. And we want to give him our undivided attention. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, well, yeah, I'll show them. The kid that Eesa put in there, have a school over there. Yeah, she's a teacher. That's the rock. That's something you know. You just go. Everybody in church. I try not to think about the crazy people. I distract myself. Because I want to get my own advantage. Because I have a system. But I talk about a system. You're supposed to be out there. What was good, man? What's up, man?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له. وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له. وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلوات الله وسلامه عليه. أما بعد فإن أصدق الحديث كتاب الله وخير الهدي هدي محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وشر الأمور محدثاتها وكل محدثة بدعة وكل بدعة ضلالة وكل ضلالة في النار. We thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We praise Him. We thank the brothers and sisters for inviting us and putting this program together, and for all of the people who are attending. We ask that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us sincere and that He accept it all from us. We miss you all here in New York, and it's good to be back with you. We've been asked to speak tonight about the status of the quote-unquote modern and present-day Islamic family and how to cultivate it. The kind of things we should prioritize and concentrate on as it relates to current and present-day Muslim family. And one of the many beautiful things about our religion is that regardless of what the situation is, those people Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has elevated and raised up, specifically our scholars, we ask Allah to preserve those people Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has elevated and educated and cultivated
those who understand the Book of Allah and the Sunnah of His Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, regardless of the era or the time, they'll always be able to find a solution to whatever it is that we're dealing with, regardless of what the time is. You find a Muslim in a situation where they're making unnecessary mistakes and they're failing, it's because somebody is negligent or somebody is deficient in the understanding of the Quran and the Sunnah. So, whatever it is that rectified the affair at the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and even in the time of the Anbiya and the Rasul alayhi salam who preceded them, that same concept, that same belief system, the essence of that solution is going to be the same in our present day. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala يقول في كتابه يا أيها الذين آمنوا قوا أنفسكم وأهليكم نارا وقودها الناس والحجارة عليها ملائكة غلاظ شداد لا يعصون الله ما أمرهم ويفعلون ما يؤمرون. O you who believe, save yourselves and your families from the fire that is fueled by many stones, a fire that has over it angels that are angry and aggressive and severe in their punishment and their torture. لا يعصون الله ما أمرهم. They don't disobey Allah in anything that they're commanded to do, and they do exactly what Allah tells them to do. As it relates to this ayah, Ibn Kathir rahimahullah, he said, "Addibuhum." This means that you, or rather, he mentioned a narration from Ali bin Abi Talib radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, where he said, "Addibuhum." Teach your children and your families the best manners. Cultivate your children and cultivate your families. وعلموهم, and educate them. قال ابن عباس رضي الله تعالى عنهما قوا أنفسكم وأهليكم نارا. Save yourselves and your families from the fire. يقول اعملوا بطاعة الله. Allah is commanding us in this ayah to apply the obedience to Allah, be obedient to Allah. وَمُرُوا أَهْلِيكُمْ بِالذِّكْرِ. And teach your children, teach your family the revelation. Command them with what's in the book of Allah and what's in the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That means you have to be educated. You can't teach your wives and your children. Sisters, you can't teach your children. In some cases, even remind your husband or educate your husband about certain things that he needs to be educated about if you yourself are not educated in Islam. It's not going to work. And I don't know, what it's going to take for the Muslims to realize that there's no room for mediocrity. We don't live in a time of mediocrity. Either you are a Muslim, educating yourself and trying to be around the people of knowledge and be around the Salihin and the righteous people, or you're going to have some serious struggles and difficulties. He said, apply the obedience of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَاتَّقُوا مَعَاصِ اللَّهِ. And be afraid, avoid the disobedience to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَمُرُوا أَهْلِيكُمْ بِالذِّكْرِ. And command your family with the revelation of Allah. Use the Quran and use the Sunnah to fix your problems. يُنْجِيكُمُ اللَّهُ مِنَ النَّارِ. And Allah is going to save you from the fire. Real simple. Learn Islam properly. The ayat and the ahadith. Learn them properly and how to contextualize them properly. Apply them. Teach them to your families. يُنْجِيكُمُ اللَّهُ مِنَ النَّارِ. And Allah is going to save you from the fire. Sounds simple. But the level of discipline that you have to have and the consistency, that's something else. وقال قتادة بن دعامة رحمه الله يأمرهم بطاعة الله. That Allah is commanding the Muslims to obey Him. وينهاهم عن معصية الله. And Allah is commanding the Muslims or prohibiting the Muslims from disobeying Allah, meaning we have to obey Allah and we have to command our families to obey Allah. We have to stay away from Allah's prohibitions and we have to teach our family to stay away from Allah's prohibitions. Now, this is complicated, or it feels complicated because we live in a weird time. We live in a time when the hawa is the marja'. The desires is the point of reference. People don't have respect for the Quran and Sunnah. That's just the reality. It's sad, but that's just the reality. People do not respect the book of Allah and the Sunnah of the Prophet. You can see it in the actions of the people. We can see it in ourselves. Let's just be real. We don't have to fake, front. Doesn't make a difference. Who you faking and fronting for? Nobody's even paying you attention. I know for a fact I'm not. And I'm sure I can speak for the rest of the brothers. We're too preoccupied. Anybody has time to sit around and nitpick about what this one is doing and that one is doing all the time? There's some things that hit close to home. You have family members, you have projects, you have communities. It's going to be close to home. It's going to be close to your heart. So you're going to observe it. But for the most part, nobody has time to be preoccupied. Sometimes people think that they're being spoken about or whatever the case is. And it's like, wallahi, man, I was thinking about, what I'm going to do with my son or what I'm going to do with my daughter or, how I'm explaining to my wife that I said I was going to the store for 10 minutes and took an hour when I get back. You have different things on your mind. Now, Eesa, you recording? طيب. For the most part, people are preoccupied with themselves. But the time that we live in is funny because nobody wants to hear anything. All they want is hella. This is why the Hizbis, these weird du'ats, and I told myself I'm not going to mention anybody's names, any deviant, and we're not going to talk about them because it's just too much. I'm not even going to allow myself to go down that road. But there are people, not today, that's not the time for it. We leave that to Mahmoud. He said he can hear those things. But there are people who their whole dawah is surrounded or it's formulated in such a way that it appeals to the desires. They stay away from the controversial topics. Right? They stay away from it. Then there are imams who are marginalized because the people around them are intimidated and scared. So they don't want them speaking a particular way because if they give dawah a particular way and they teach a particular way, then the constituency is going to be upset and there goes all donations. Because the administration don't realize that we have to have so much money that we don't need people to take care of the Masjid. We have to depend on this one with the money, right? Who sympathizes with the people of innovation. You can't talk about the people who this main donor loves. Because he may give you 500,000, but he also gives these Hizbis 500,000, so the imam has to be easy and be strategic. And you pick one. So you got that what's one angle. Or the da'i has to be strategic. Sometimes they'll tell you, please don't mention this and don't mention that. And some of the brothers, maybe it's wise they do it and they don't mention it, barakallahu fihi. Some of the brothers say, well, if we're going to have a regulator or a governor or what I can say, then I would rather just refrain. Nonetheless, it affects the dawah. Then you have another group of people, other brothers, because you get so much backlash when you tell the truth. The women don't want to be told that their hijab is improper. Listen, you cannot wear a scarf and pants and a long shirt. This is not us picking on you. We love you. It's not the hijab that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala legislated. The hijab came from Allah. How the woman should dress, Allah spoke and described the clothing that He wants the women to wear. He described how He wants the women to cover. He spoke this. This isn't like it's ijtihad, it's that some scholars came up with and reached the conclusion that you have to wear. Allah spoke this. He spoke about the hijab and revealed His speech to His Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam that specifically tells you how you have to dress. So you can't get mad at me as if I would have said it a different way, you would have taken it differently. Sister, please could you put on your hijab? And you would have been like, that's all I was looking for, was for you to say please. And then you're going to go do it. I said please, I begged, I did everything He said, bribe you. And many of the other du'at and people that have been trying to address this have done the same thing. That's not the case, sis. Same thing with the brothers. Some of the brothers, they won't stop selling liquor. How are you still selling liquor? Alcohol? Khamr. That, again, this isn't things that some ulama, which we love, hafidhahullah, they sat and looked at ayat and hadith and reached the conclusion that you shouldn't. indulge, sell, or drink alcohol. No, there's ayat where Allah spoke about the impermissibility. Allah prohibited alcohol. He actually spoke words and clearly made alcohol impermissible. So what do you expect the brothers to do? Not say anything because they're going to hurt your feelings? It doesn't work like that. The truth has to be told. It has to be clarified, and it can always be said in a beautiful way. Maybe some of us, like myself, at times have aggressive ways of saying things. There was some, I don't know all the details, but one of our sisters and perhaps one of our brothers, may Allah bless both of them, I mentioned something in the khutbah, and I said that the men who take selfies, that they lack spine, they're spineless, you know. And I believe some people may have gotten offended. My question to you, I'm going to say this in a beautiful, nice, kind way. I'm just going to ask the brothers right now. Because just now I was talking real mild, and the brother said, speak loud. I don't know what y'all want me to do. You want me to be loud or real soft? I don't know. I mean, this is just, it's getting difficult, man. But some people got it, whoever it was, they felt some kind of way. I don't know who it was, but I love whoever it was, and I pray that Allah bless them. And if I said anything in a way that was offensive, then I would definitely want to apologize for offending anyone. Not for telling the truth, but if I said something in a way, because the people are hypersensitive and they're not, everybody's not built the same way, everybody can't handle a tone, you know what I mean? And it's just a lot sometimes, you know what I mean? And I get it. But let me ask you a question, and this is all, I'm not going to spend more than 1 more minute on this because we have an agenda this evening and we intend on completing it or fulfilling it by God's feet. Now, the Prophet ﷺ said that one time, one of the Sahaba admitted, he said, man, if I saw somebody with my wife, I would chop his head off with my sword. One of the Sahaba said that. I caught my wife with a man. And he was, you know, they will call that toxic masculinity nowadays. He's narcissistic. He's toxic masculinity. He's a narcissist. Everybody's a narcissist. You can't do nothing anymore. If you tell your wife, look, fear Allah, you're a narcissist. Everybody's like, you can't do anything. You can't do nothing unless you emasculated with the little shorts on. The dudes be walking up and down, faltering nowadays. Weird dudes. What happened to Brooklyn? Brooklyn, stand up. Yo, this is man. Hey, y'all, I'm back in the day of the 90s because my cousin lived in the sky, so we used to come over, we used to tuck my chain in, all that stuff. Now, man, it's like these guys out here with, I see the dude, man, his shorts was so little. I don't know what I'm doing. If you do anything besides that, you got toxic masculinity. Because that's the wave, and then we're going to talk about that. We're not going to be long, but we're going to talk about that. Well, the point is, the Prophet said, I saw him, one of the companions said, if I saw my wife caught around a man, he didn't even go so he go into details. If I saw my wife, he said, I would pull my sword out. And I would just start swinging and cut his head off. That's what he said. That's the equivalent to one of us saying, I killed somebody that killed somebody. And people say that. And the companions, you know, they were looking like, whoa, you know, like, man, he's going in right now, that kind of thing. The Prophet said, and he told them, listen, Allah. Nobody, when something sacred is violated, no one gets more angry when that sacred thing is violated than Allah does. And that's why Allah made zina and lewdness haram. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is very, for lack of better expression, but I'm trying to use the word that we can understand, it's kind of like overprotective. That's the word I can use. Over what's sacred. You understand what I'm trying to say? The things that are sacred. And our women are sacred. Now, we're not saying that the niqab is wajib, and we're not saying that covering your face is not wajib. What we're saying is, if you can imagine, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, Ali, radiallahu anhu. If you can imagine Ibraheem and Noor and all those Anbiya, Musa and Eesa, alayhi salatu salam. If you can imagine Zachariah, if you can imagine Yahya, alayhi salatu salam. if you can imagine Ilyas, if you can imagine Salih, if you can imagine Hud, Lut, and them and their wife with a phone. Their wife dolled all the way up. Makeup, all done up. I don't like makeup personally, but I'm just saying. Makeup, all done. Cheekbones, all of that kind of stuff. Everything completely ready for photo ops. And then him and the brother now, heads together. Look, listen, I'm not picking, I don't be on social media like that, so I don't know. This may really fix some brothers, and that's why they get mad. Don't get mad at me. Listen. Just imagine the Prophet and Aisha putting their heads together, taking a selfie. They take the selfie, and then he puts it up with Aisha's face for 3.7 million people possibly to see, so they can look at us like, ooh. What do you think the brothers are seeing when men see that? Who do you think you're dealing with? What kind of human beings do you think you're dealing with on this earth? Huh? Who do you really think you're dealing with? People are walking around going, man, his wife's bad. Sick. They won't say that to me because we don't get down like that. They might not say it to none of the brothers in here because inshallah you don't get down like that. But the brothers who they know have that kind of sickness, believe. They'll say, oh, man, you see. And then she's going to come around maybe that day because it's too crowded, you may have to cover up your face. Perfect. Everybody already knows what she look like. Then when she get mad and she get a hook, you wondering about her brothers is circling outside your house like sharks. You can't figure it out. You did that. People have sicknesses in their heart. What do you think this is? This is to protect your family. Don't get offended. Listen, I have nobody in mind. The things that I think that I know specific people are doing, I don't say because I know how sensitive everybody is. It just happens that things are out of control. I'll bring the most outlandish, crazy, hypothetical example, and somebody will be guilty of it. Like the shorts example. I wouldn't be shocked nowadays as a brother said, you were talking about the shorts I had on the other day, but I'm not sure. It's like I would never think the Muslim got shorts on like that. But it's that bad. But I told myself I was going to be serious today. I played too much. But my point is that there's the Masjid. It's not the Quran and Sunnah before. It's an issue. You just say, but this is what Allah said. This is the Prophet said. The Sahabis, something happened. They go bring an ayah hadith. The situation is solved. Nobody's fighting. Nobody's in their feelings. Allah said it. That's it. Now everything is you got to tiptoe. See, and this is Allah. This is my last point. And we're gonna go back to our text. The LGBTQ in 516 community. The tone that they set a tone that you can't say anything because we know the whole movement. What they did was, this is documented. They took the Black Civil Rights Movement, okay? They studied it. 2 lawyers studied it inside and out. And they realized that the way black people got their rights was because black people started to tell people, listen, you can't discriminate against me because the way Allah made me. He made me with a color that's beautiful. And you're not going to come and tell me that there's a level of inferiority because of my hair and my skin. We're not doing that no more. You crazy. First of all, I don't think it looks better than mine anyway. That's first of all. That's the reality. I'm not saying mine is better than yours, but I definitely don't think that yours is better than mine. First, before we go any further. Secondly, even if it did, that doesn't make you superior. It has nothing to do with it. Doing the most taqwa, that's when Allah values the most. So it's nobody racism, nationalist, none of that. We're not going to reverse this and start hating white people. We're not doing none of that foolishness. We're just saying they took it to court and said, listen, you cannot discriminate against someone by something that's immutable like eye color or hair texture or skin color. You cannot classify a human being. So they took that to the Supreme Court and they fought. Then black people got their rights on paper. You could still shoot one to get your pension, but I'm saying on paper, you are, it's illegal to do that on paper. Black market is something else. But on paper, it's illegal. So what the LGBTQ community did was they studied that system, some lawyers, and they said, this is how we're going to get our rights right here. We're going to use this same system. This is documented. I didn't sit back and come up with this while I was driving in my car. This is research. It's documented. So they took it to court, and basically the law said, in order for you to get the same kind of civil rights advantages that black people got, you have to be able to prove that being gay is immutable just like being black. So they said, okay, what do we have to do? Well, you have to get scientists and doctors to sign off on that. So, okay, so they took it to court. The United States of America. Us not American used to play that. A lot of them still don't. So a lot of politicians were like, okay, we're going to win this open and shut case. To the Supreme Court, and there was a person, a doctor who was given some funding from the government, and that money was supposed to be used for some other research. He took that money and tried to use it. He actually did use it to do research on the human body and study this behavior patterns and all this scientific stuff, taking blood samples, and they tried to find something biologically in the human being to prove that that person could be born gay. But all of the findings were inconclusive. Everything that they came up with was proved otherwise. So because these two gay lawyers, they said, look, you know what? It doesn't even matter. All we have to do is convince the public that this is the reality. We're going to lie, tell them that we found something, and that's going to be it. And they did it. Of course, the United States wasn't with it. They were like, no, but I think what happened was the government, a lot of people, were sleeping on what was getting ready to happen. So those lawyers got busy, and they said, look, all we got to do is, if we can get control of the media, they said, this is in their document. This ain't not a whistleblower. This is all in their writings. Public, they dangle it in your face. Look, that's what we did. So if we can get celebrities and political figureheads and leaders to sympathize with us, then we're going to have a movement, just like the black people did with their civil rights movement. And if we can make all the businesses and all the super, agencies and corporations feel uncomfortable for not sympathizing, we can now make us the victim and make anybody who doesn't clearly stick up for us you can't be neutral. You either have to defend us on your show. If you don't have at least one, man, I remember when I was young, I used to be like, I'm going to tell you, I'm being honest, I'm going to keep it, young brothers and sisters, I'm going to keep it 100,000 with y'all right now. I remember when I was young, I watched a movie with Denzel Washington and Julia Roberts, The Pelican Brief. The whole movie, I was young, teenager, ignorant. I said, man, Denzel going to kiss Julia Roberts and that's going to break Hollywood. Everybody going to pass out. It did not happen. It never happened. You know why? Because the gay movement, a couple of years, it's gay people on Sesame Street probably. There's all kinds of things. You read some of the backstory about some of the characters, they say, well, this one is non-binary and this one is gender neutral. And kids' characters, well, I don't know about Sesame Street, I read about Sesame Street, disclaimer, I don't want no lawsuit. But there are many kids' programs, many children's programs that are loaded with that stuff now. But you see, 30, 40, 50, 60 years after the civil rights movement, they wouldn't allow, and not to all of it's fact check. I don't want anybody to think that that's something we're praising. I'm just talking about when I was young, I didn't know any better. I wanted to see interracial stuff because that used to make me feel like, okay, we're making progress. Never saw it. It would never happen. And when it would be some H-list actor that don't even matter from both sides. Never leading woman, leading man, never. But with the LGBTQ movement, it's immediate. Every major show, news outlet, everything, because that's part of the program. It's to get you desensitized and your mentality over. So now, when you look at the Muslim and you see what's happening to our youth, they've got something that whole way because the LGBT, whatever their agenda, the only thing we know is that their agenda was to be able to do what they want to do. I can't say they were trying to mess. I don't know what. I'm not going to oppress them and say things about them that I don't know. What's clear, what they admitted to, was that they had an agenda because they wanted to just flood the country with them and their ideas, and not only get their rights, but actually become like possibly the majority. And if not the majority, then at least they want everyone to live in country. So whatever they had to do, they did. And so now, as a result of it, they created and produced this tone of oversensitivity. So now, nobody can say anything about anything. And then also what they did was they made everybody else from other ethnic groups and religious denominations feel like you can come out and be yourself too. So now the next generation of Muslims, they came up and were like, well, now we can be Muslims and be in our NSA and walk around and be free. We've been being free. What are you talking about? People been making salah when Muslims were being live on a call. Terrorist brothers were still praying at JFK Airport. Women were still walking around with niqab. People were still being a Muslim. But because our kids are in these schools and we don't have any communities for them, and we'll build a community, we'll have something going for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years, shit, trying to get involved. Boom, gotta start back to square one. Then we do another community, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, boom, shit, trying to get back involved. How many times we been refurbishing the same movements for the last 30 years, 40 years? It's the truth. I dare somebody to challenge me. Prove me wrong. That's what you gotta do. Prove me wrong, and I will be quiet. Prove me wrong. All over the country, same thing. Go to Masjid, become everybody in there brand new. What happened? Budget, money low, everything. You gotta start from scratch. Some brothers actually bought buildings. Community fell apart, administration fell apart, Imam, whatever happened to him happened. The building just sat there until eventually 4 years later they had to start right from scratch. Over and over and over and over again, all over the country. Meanwhile, while that's happening, husband and wife are falling apart, marriage is falling apart, kids are falling apart, and our children are being indoctrinated with a movement that may not necessarily have been targeting them, but because it set a tone of oversensitivity while simultaneously setting a tone of you have to accept everything in order to be accepted. Now they have no more wala and bara. Excuse me, they have no more bara, only wala. You accept everything, everything's cool, everything's fine, and you can't criticize anything. So when you say something aggressive, like brothers are spineless because you put my sister, I'm mad at you because you let my sister, not my blood sister. No, I don't play that. But I'm mad at you because you let my sister in Islam, after her father gave her to you as a trust, go and display herself. You're supposed to be a rock, bro. The Prophet said, Allah, وَإِنَّكُمْ أَخَذْتُمُوهُنَّ أَمَانَةً. You took those women as a trust. You can't just allow her to lay it next to her like that and go up there and just display her beauty for all to see. You have to take better care of my sister than that, bro. So yeah, I'm gonna get mad and I may use some aggressive language like spineless, but you're still my brother. I still love you. Whatever money I got in my pocket is yours. My food is yours. My car, my house is open up to you. But if I have to politely tell you to grow some spine, I'm going to tell you just like I hope you would tell me. So it's not, I didn't, just for the record, whoever the family was, I love you. I don't know anything about, I believe that maybe one of the people that offended had a YouTube or some kind of channel or something, social media. I don't know what you're doing. If it's good in it, I pray that Allah blesses it and make it successful. I have no clue. It was not aimed, I don't take cheap shots. I think I've been giving the khutbahs long enough, alhamdulillah, to know that cheap shots is kind of like, that's premature. Those are for the new khutbah, man. You got to tell little young boys in the gym and stuff like that, man. We don't, come on, man. 40-something years old. I look like standing there while picking on somebody. Come on, we got to do better than that. Play. قتادة بن دعامة رحمه الله يأمرهم بطاعة الله. Command your family to obedience of Allah. وينهاهم عن معصية الله. And prohibit them from disobeying Allah. ويقوم عليهم بأمر الله. And command them to carry out the commandment of Allah. ويأمرهم به. ويساعدهم عليه. Command them to obey Allah and aid them in that, support them in that. That means we have to have environments and things for our children, our wives. They have to have what they need to practice Islam. can't tell your son, go pray. You're 7 years old and there's no message for him to pray. When you live so far from that, you can't get there. It has to be practical. You have to have communities. If you can't do it here, then you need to find a place where you can do it at. Collectively move. Stop being afraid. Move somewhere. Buy up. Build. So you can apply these things. فإذا رأيت لله معصية. If you see someone disobeying Allah in your family, قَذَعْتَهُمْ عَنْهَا وَزَجَرْتَهُمْ عَنْهَا. You see your wife and your children disobeying Allah, you have to advise them to not do that. You have to discourage them from that. You can't just let them disobey Allah. You can't. A lot of the brothers, the children are still watching Power Rangers or whatever else they're watching. Sometimes they have some educational programs. That's just the reality. Brothers try to act like everybody knows. Some of the brothers, their children are learning from some of these programs. It's just the reality. So, all right, some of the programs, even the Muslim programs, may have music in them. At least teach your children to mute it when the music comes on. Let them train them. If you're going to do it, at least train them so that they can be conscious. Don't just sit around and let them disobey Allah. If your wife's not covering properly, educate yourself. Don't tell them that's haram. And when she said, wow, what's wrong with her? You say, well, you got to ask the Imam. Don't do that. Don't put it on him. Educate yourself. Sit down with him and say, listen, I need you to give me some time. It's his job. You have a right to go to the Imam and say, listen, I need you to teach me what the hijab is. I don't care, will you teach the community or not? That's up to them. I'm going to be here every day at 6 o'clock. You're going to be here. I need you to take an hour a day to go over what the hijab is. People say, well, a lot of information is Arabic. You say, well, look, we got to take the Arabic first. And then we're going to get into it. Because I need to understand this. Because I need to be able to explain to my wife why I need her to cover like the Sahabiyats. Radiyallahu ta'ala. He said, وهكذا قال الضحاك. This is a statement from the Salaf, like الضحاك المقاتل. حق على المسلم أن يعلم أهله. The Muslim he has a right upon, his family has a right upon him that he teaches. من قرابته وإمائه وعبيده. Even his close relatives, and even if he had slaves, like in the time when he had slavery. In the time when he had slavery, the slaves had a right to get educated. You had to teach your slaves about Islam. Everybody had to know Tawheed. How do you think all of these free slaves of Sahaba became ulama? Because they used to educate their slaves because they understood everybody has to be educated. Because what happens? If I know what I'm doing and I have some help, but I'm working on a project with somebody that doesn't, guess what's going to happen? Pure chaos. It's going to fall apart. That's what's wrong with our entire country right now. Let's talk about the Muslims, the communities. This person's educated, that person's educated, this person aren't. And all four of them are trying to come together. But all four of them think they have the same amount of status and leadership and sultan. Pure chaos. Pure chaos. This is the reality. See, you know the beautiful thing about not being an imam anymore? I can just talk. I don't gotta worry about no offending anybody. As long as I'm not being being rude or something, but I have to be political. There's no cheap shots. I'm free. Nobody can't say, oh, he's talking about. I'm not talking about nobody. And I'm talking about everybody at the same time. You have people working on projects where there's scholars involved in some cases, in other countries, other places around the world. And there's people who are not educated and chaos brings. But in the time of the Salaf, they educated everybody because they understood that everybody, you can't have a position and not have knowledge. I can't trust you with my family and my property and you don't know the Quran and the Sunnah. You're a servant, but you don't know anything. Suppose you bring me one day, you think it's okay, you go get a dog and let the dog run in the house. Because you don't know. Everybody has to be educated. You have the administration, the imam, the administration, the people that keep the masjid clean, the people that paint, all of those people should understand at least the basics they should be strong in. So if the imam slips up, you can say, look, you went against this ayah, you went against Allah, against the Prophet. And if the imam sees one of you slip up and he brings the ayah and hadith against you, you are developed and mature enough religiously in terms of your education to accept it. But the imam is ignorant and the brothers are knowledgeable, he's going to get offended when they try to give him some advice. And if the brother's ignorant, Imam is knowledgeable, and he tried to give them some advice, they're going to feel like, okay, he got to go because he's getting too big for his britches. And it creates a big problem. And this is a nationwide problem. Trust me. First time, man. How much more time we got here?
10 minutes for 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Sean. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله كثير رحمه الله يسأل في معنى هذه الحديث أو في معنى هذه الآية الحديث الذي رواه الإمام أحمد وأبو داود والترمذي عن عبد الملك ابن الربيع بن سبرة عن أبيه عن جده قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم مروا الصبي بالصلاة إذا بلغ 7 سنين إذا بلغ 10 سنين فاضربوه عليها. The Prophet ﷺ said, teach your children the salah, order them the salah when they're 7. And once they become 10 years old, then you can discipline them, rough them up a little bit. Nothing crazy, ACS cases, nothing like that. And the Prophet ﷺ would never command us anything like that. Just give them a little rough, grab them, come on boy, I told you to come play, maybe, tap him a little bit on his back, just something, make him know that you're serious. No pain, it shouldn't hurt him, nothing like that. Rough him up a little bit. When they get 10, it's big enough he can handle it, right? Come on, you have to go pray. He said, وقال الفقهاء وهكذا الصوم ليكون ذلك تمرينا له على العبادة لكي يبلغ وهو مستمر على العبادة والطاعة ومجانبة المعصية وترك المنكر. He said, likewise, and many of the scholars of fiqh, they say you should do the same thing when they're fasting. When they're about 7 at least, start letting them fast a little bit. Push them, encourage them to do it. So by the time they become 10 and they hit this age, their time of puberty, they're already cultivated and used to this act of worship. Like many of the sisters, they let the girl, it'd be a big girl, she'd be 5, 6. They'd be like, well, she's still got the mind, she's not really that mature yet. That's why we're going to make her cover. Fully developed young lady walking around. But they're just scared. Again, we live in a time where everybody wants to be non-confrontational, even with their children. So now the young girl is walking around, she's a teenager, When she has time, I don't want to steer her away from the hijab. By that time, they try to tell us, grown girl. This is a big girl now. It's not no regular girl. She in the passenger seat. You can stop traffic like they're gonna dip on her side. Ma'am, do you? She gonna look like that? No, ma'am, that's my baby. Right? Grown woman. Looks like it. She's 14, 15 years old. You talking about someone, she's not all the way mature yet. She's not even thinking about boys. That's not the Quran and that's not the Sunnah. We have a system. Not following has been causing us problems. So the Prophet ﷺ told us to teach our young boys Salah at 7. By the time they're 10, you get a little more aggressive. You can rough them up a little bit. Look, come on, man, you gotta go pray. And the reason you start at 7 is that so by the time they're in puberty, they're used to it. It's not new. We have a narration here that's collected in the Sahih by Imam Muslim and others, rahimahullah, where the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that's from the hadith of Abdillah Ismaaeel radiyallahu ta'ala anhuma, where the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, ألا كلكم راع وكلكم مسؤول عن رعايته excuse me. فالأمير الذي على الناس راع وهو مسؤول عن رعيته والرجل راع على أهل بيته وهو مسؤول عنهم والمرأة راعية على بيت بعلها وولده وهي مسؤولة عنه والعبد الراع على مال سيده وهو مسؤول عنه ألا كلكم راع وكلكم مسؤول عن رعيته. The Prophet ﷺ said all of you are shepherds, as they translate, people who are responsible for a flock. All of you are going to be questioned and be held responsible for your flock. So the leader, the Khalifa, who's in charge of the Muslims, is going to be questioned. He's held responsible for the people. Okay? He said, and the man is responsible for his home. He's responsible for the people of his home. And the woman is responsible for the house of her husband. Look at the language of the Prophet ﷺ. For the house of her husband. Because sisters, your number one place where you're going to shine the most is in support of your husband. Not in support of somebody, some other man's big company. Look, and this is hypothetical. If it's a secretary in here, please don't get mad at me. I don't know any secretaries. Never heard of any Muslim girl secretaries. I'm sure there are a few. Please don't take a cheap shot. This is hypothetical. If you are a secretary, making sure that this man, your boss's affairs are on point every time you walk by your desk. Looking good there, girl. Is that a new scarf you got on? And actually, your shoes really nice. Thank you. Let somebody talk to your life like that, man. كيف ذلك? What happened? Could you imagine the Sahaba being comfortable with something like that? We gotta do better than this, man. We have to. We gotta dig deeper and do better than this, man. There's so many things I want to say, but I don't have the time, and I'm trying to stick to the curriculum. We have to do better than that. The women's sisters, you have to understand that these people have gotten to us. We're addicted to the phone. You go to some of the Masjid, the mushaf is a thing in the past. They're on a phone. And you tell the brother, he said, I got the mushaf right here on my phone. One of the Masjid, he told me, he said, I don't like the phone. I don't like putting up brand new phone. He said, I said, why? He's like, because the phone is loaded with music and all types of, it comes loaded with foolishness. He said, I don't feel comfortable and being in the same, places over those things. That was his personal opinion. That's not a fatwa. He just was saying, and it's a distraction. You're trying to do the and you get a text message. You stop. It's like, what? Wait a minute. These Jordans is how much? Seriously. Oh, wait a minute. So-and-so furniture, right? They having a sale. Let me tell my wife, hold on, now you're gone. These people are so programmed, everything is wrong. Well, you have to understand, Shaitan is so busy. When Allah said, إِنَّهُ لَكُمْ عَدُوٌّ مُبِينٌ, he's an open enemy, that you have to treat him as an enemy. It's on every level. The Sahabis look at Shaitan as an enemy on every level. They knew he was trying to corrupt your aqidah, first of all. how the aqeedah is applied, how you understand and practice your religion, the mind frame of your children, the political infrastructure, the food that you eat, the air, the soil, anything he can get to destroy. You think that he just is going to be like, okay, all I want is your aqeedah. But here's that food over there is the best food for you to eat. But I want your aqeedah. Shaitan is an open enemy. When somebody wants to destroy you, they want to destroy everything that's going to bring you benefit. Everything, we literally, every single thing that we have been taught, especially within the last 50 years, has to be revisited. Everything. The first thing you do when people start to do clean eating and holistic food is they start to tell you about everything. How water being stored in plastic for long periods of time can affect your immune system. The air that you breathe, how to get in your car and let the AC run with the windows. They go through everything. Because everything that you've been taught has to be revisited if you want to take care of yourself. Everything. Everything. When I say everything, I mean everything. Everything. So you as a Ra, as a person who's responsible for your family, you have to understand that every single thing that's going to bring your family benefit, that's your job. He said that the man is responsible for his family. Right? And the woman is responsible for her husband's house. Again, sisters, there's no place better for you than being home, making sure that your family has everything that you need, everything that they need. Your husband cannot function properly without you. If you're going to go to work, and it's good for you, and it's beneficial to the family, and it's not harming anything, okay. But just know that the best place for you is in the service to your husband and to your family. He said the woman, the woman is a shepherd and a safekeeper of her husband's home, and of his children. She's responsible. She's going to be asked about those children. And the slave is a shepherd who will be held accountable even for his master's wealth. To the end of the narration. The Shaykh Muhammad ibn al-Asyubi rahimahullah. He said, "Wallahi huwa al-hafiz al-mu'taman al-multazim صلاح ما اؤتمن على حفظه فهو مطلوب بالعدل فيه والقيام بمصالحه." He said that the shepherd, his job is that he has to preserve, or he's the preserver, and he's the one who has been entrusted with binding himself to the well-being of those who he has been entrusted with. Again, the shepherd, your job is to commit yourself wholeheartedly. When the Prophet says, all of you are responsible, your job is to commit wholeheartedly, to dedicate yourself to making sure that your family has the best of everything that's going to bring you benefit. They have the best aqeedah. You got to make sure your wife and your children, their belief in Allah is proper, it's pure, it's sound, it's healthy, no bid'ah, no in'irafat. You have to make sure that they're getting the best of everything. Nutrition, love, kindness. You got to protect them from indoctrination. Whatever you have to do to protect your family, that's your job. And know that you won't be questioned about it. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned in the Quran, He said, Ya ayyuhan nabi, قل لأزواجك وبناتك ونساء المؤمنين يدنين عليهن من جلابيبهن ذلك أدنى أن يعرفن فلا يؤذين وكان الله غفورا رحيما. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, O Prophet, say to your women, look, telling the Prophet, I said, go to your women directly, start with your women. And to the women, the believing women from amongst the Muslims, tell them to put on their jalabi, their jilbabs, that cover their entire body. This, Allah said jalabi, so when you say, well, you can have the dress modest, the word in the Quran is jeen, lam, alif, ba, the whole word is there. Allah said the word jalabi. This is Allah said, He spoke these words. Tell them to put on their jilbabs, to cover themselves properly. Now look, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He mentioned this ayah has a general والعبرة بعموم اللفظ وليس بخصوص السبب. It's a specific thing, it's a specific target that Allah had with this ayah and a general benefit. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala went on to say, ذَلِكَ أَدَنَا. Tell a woman to cover herself with jilbabs. That's أَدَنَا and يُعْرَفْنَا. By them putting on their jilbabs, what that will do for them, no recording. Everybody, that's the way though. You gotta record everything, man. You can't know that. Everything goes. You see a cat in the alleyway. Me and the cat, look, yeah. We gotta record it, make it enough. Everybody. I miss y'all, man. New York's the only place where I can just say shout out and everybody laugh and enjoy this stuff. Like, he said, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that by the women putting on their jilbabs, okay? By the women putting on their jilbabs, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that will furthermore guarantee that people recognize what kind of women they are so they won't be harmed. I just want the people to understand this how. By putting, Allah's commanded the woman to put on the jilbabs. ذَلِكَ أَدَنَا أَن يُعْرَفْنَا فَلَا يُؤْذَيْنَ. By putting on your jilbabs, the people around you are going to know what kind of woman you are and what you stand for, and they will be more reluctant to harm you or to put you in the wrong category. وَكَانَ اللَّهُ غَفُورًا رَحِيمًا. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ, that He's all forgiving, all merciful, as they translate. One of the senators, as a matter of fact, Ibn Jarir, as a matter of fact, Ibn Jarir, he mentioned, he said, أي إذا فعلنا ذلك, if they put on their jilbabs, عرفنا أنهن حرائر. When they put on their jilbabs, everybody's going to know that they're not slaves. Why? Because at that time, the girls that were slaves, they didn't cover like that. Because a lot of them were captive. They came from pagan backgrounds, and when the Muslims would take the spoils of war and the men would get killed during their war, the women would be left over, and of course we don't kill, mutilate, torture, or violate anybody, especially women, even during war, right? Muslims are not violent, crazy, nuts. If a war breaks out, it's an organized fight that takes place, and there's women and children, the Muslims take them in. And the people come and they work. And the reason why they used to have slavery back in the day was because they wanted to create a stigma where being on kufr and shirk is going to lead to you having a bad life. So the captors, it wasn't like the kuffar, because everybody tried to make it with the Muslims or this, Muslims that. These people were raping women, pillaging, the Muslims never did anything like that. It was so bad that when people would get free, they would stay with the Muslims. They wouldn't want to leave. Slaves, could you imagine a slave? Right? Tell Willie Lynch, no, I don't want to leave. It'll never happen. It'll never happen. Never. But the Muslims were so good to the people, the slaves didn't want to leave. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala left the institution of slavery, even though He put a discouragement there, everything we do, right? Free a slave, free a slave. All the time we do. Free a slave. It was encouraged to gradually abolish slavery, but at the same time, the institution of slavery lasted a little while. Why? Because it was known that if you were a polytheist or a pagan or atheist, and a war broke out, and you lost, and the kuffar, the Muslim was taking loss after loss after loss back then, that you were going to be put into slavery. Not, again, the, trans-American slave. We think about slavery, we think about the most brutal, not that. Those people that's a different group. Not them. This is some other kind of stuff where just you can't go and come as you please. You have a place to eat, place to sleep, place to live. You get educated, but you just can't leave. You have to stay here. That's like everything is good, but you cannot leave. That was what it was. So people didn't want that restriction, and Allah left that institution there because being a slave puts you lower class. Without a doubt, you are a lower class citizen. So when people grow up in society, they will be like, man, I never want to apostate and be a shirk and kufr because I might wind up being a slave one day. You understand? It was there to discourage the younger generations from become. It's like prison. When you look at people in prison and you have those scared straight programs that people go and they be like, man, I can't get no game because I don't want to do that. Nowadays, you take the kids to the street now, they don't be like, throwing it up, talking about I'm going to see you later, I'll be there. You know what I mean? All the things But before but back in the day, it was a discouragement. It made people uncomfortable. So being a slave is undesirable. So Allah left that institution. It gradually worked its way out. It gradually worked its way out of our religion, right? For the most part, and it's not something that's practiced today. Not saying it was abrogated, but at that time, the people, the slaves, it just gradually faded out throughout time. But the reason why it was there and remained for the time that it did remain, one of the benefits was that it would discourage people from wanting to be on shirk and kufr and wind up in a situation that they see these low class people. So naturally, the women of that time that were slaves, the fusaq, not the Muslims, the fusaq, like one of the Salaf, he said, كان الناس من فساق أهل المدينة يخرجن بالليل حين يختلط الظلام إلى طرق المدينة. That the fusaq at night when it would get dark, they will go out. The corrupt, evil people will go out in Medina, and they would look for the women, right, that were slaves because they weren't like Muslim women, and they didn't wear jilbabs, they didn't have none of that, they weren't covered because they were slaves and they weren't Muslim, and they were just lower class citizens just living there, and they would move around, go to the store, and they would be in wherever they were. So people would take advantage of them. They were the ones you can go to, you can give them a little money or whatever because they were lower class and they were desperate. Not because they weren't getting what they wanted, they weren't being taken care of well, but because they weren't on Islam. They weren't on Islam, and they saw whatever they could get to be a come up. And the corrupt, evil people know that. It's the same thing like here. You find somebody that is, that has low self-esteem, somebody that may be on drugs, alcohol. Those fusaq and corrupt people, that's the kind of people they prey on. So those fusaq from Medina will go out to Medina and look for the women that were, captives. Women that, had other stuff on their mind. They were trying to get some kind of come up. They wanted more than what they had because they were lower class. They will make them offers. I'll give you this, you give me that. Y'all know what I'm saying. They will try to solicit them. وكانت مساكن أهل المدينة ضيقة. إذا كان الليل خرج النساء إلى الطرق يقضين حاجتهم. And the places, the homes, just the area of that time was things were a little bit, they were narrow. It wasn't a big, broad, open, spaced out place. So it was like a kind of cluster of people kind of living kind of close to one another. So what happened was that women would go out and they would fulfill whatever needs they had to fulfill. Whether it was the restroom or whatever they had to do. فكان أولئك الفساق يبتغون ذلك منهن. So the men would go out, these corrupt, evil men will go out, and they would solicit those women. قالوا هذه أنا, and they would see and they can look and tell, okay, she's outside by herself. And the brothers know, some of the Muslim countries, if a woman is out at night, walking in certain neighborhoods, they already know what it is. Okay, so she will go out, she will be in certain parts of town, at certain parts of the night, they will say, okay, this must be a servant or a slave girl who, is probably desperate, that we can probably take advantage of. Right? فَوَذَّبُوا إِلَيْهَا. Then they will go and try to, solicit her. وَقَالَ مُجَاهِدٌ. That people would, if they would see a woman with a jilbab, if they see a woman with a jilbab covered properly, they knew فَيُعْلَمُ أَنَّهُنَّ حَرَائِرٌ. Or فَيَعْلَمُ أَنَّهُنَّ حَرَائِرٌ. That man would know, oh no, she's not a slave. She's one of the free women. She's from the Muslims. She's not a captive because of her clothing, because of the way she carries herself. So the man would not, فَلَا يُعْرِضُ لَهُنَّ فَاسِقٌ بِأَذَى وَلَا سَيِّدٌ. So now the fasiq wouldn't go to that woman and say anything to her because he knew that woman was a different kind of woman because of the way she carried herself. So my point is, Muslim, our identity, who we are, the decisions we make, the way we, everything about us, it always is different than the kuffar. We always historically were different. Those clothes that Allah revealed, the commandment to wear those clothes is to give you a status that you're not going to get without. When people see you uncovered, they're going to treat you a certain way. You think he's respecting you. Just the fact that he walked up to you a particular way and spoke to you a particular way showed that he does not have the same respect for you. There's some people that's crazy, they don't care what you done. But on average, people are not going to treat you the same way if you conduct yourself like a Muslim woman. So when you hear the brothers being aggressive, maybe in a khutbah or a class, or you see your husband encouraging you to move a particular way, sisters, and dress a particular way, it's because in this clothing and these mannerisms and this etiquette, that's where you're going to get your status from. They used to literally separate the woman that's moving freely without her husband at night, walking around all around men. Some of the stuff said that the tabarruj of Jahiliyyah, when Allah prohibited the people from making the tabarruj of Jahiliyyah, la tabarrujna tabarruj al-Jahiliyyah, don't conduct yourself like the people used to in the time before the Quran came down. Some of the stuff said this because the women before Islam used to leave their house and just intermingle with men freely. So Allah prohibited the women from moving like that. Why? Because your status drops. When you conduct yourself a particular way, sisters, your status drops. So my talk originally wasn't about that, but I feel like, let me address this so people understand where I'm coming from. All of the things that bother us as Muslim men about what's going on with ourselves and our children and our communities, and specifically our women because of their importance and their significance, is because with the decline of the integrity of our women and us and our children as well, but specifically in this case, our women, the decline of the integrity of this whole ummah is going to go with it. هذا عندي وصلوات الله وسلامه على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك.
Jazakallah khair, barakallahu feek, for Imam Ismaaeel. Brothers, we're going to pray now. We'd like to thank all of the brothers who participated in this. Nafis, Nadir, all of the speakers. Jazakallah khair. Ismaaeel came all the way from Florida. Inshallah, we're going to have him back next month or the month after, inshallah ta'ala. And we'd like to thank all the brothers who came out and participated. Inshallah, we're going to pray. This concludes the program.
Staying here, moving it.
Yes. Yeah, no.
Moving it.
Give.